Chapter 444. Fellow Taoist Lu, this technique can only be used by demonic beasts. Human cultivators don't have demonic spiritual energy, and their meridians are completely different from ours. It's normal that they can't cultivate it. Do you want me to compensate you with something else? The old ape looked at Lu Kuan, who was deep in thought, and asked. This sentence interrupted Lu Kuan's train of thought and stunned him. Looking at the old ape's slightly embarrassed expression, he knew that the old ape didn't want to trick him. He smiled and said, Senior, you've misunderstood. I'm just wondering about the demonic cultivation technique. As for this control technique, I really can't use it right now. If Senior wants to compensate me, can you tell me the cultivation process of orthodox demonic beasts? The old ape said strangely, You're a human cultivator. Without demonic spiritual energy, you can't cultivate demonic spiritual energy. It's useless even if you know. Lu Kuan said, I'm sure the Dahe has already told Senior about my strength. What do you think of my strength? After he finished speaking, he channeled all of his thunder elemental spiritual energy. At the same time, he activated his chi and blood. His physical body emitted an oppressive force. The combination of spiritual energy and physical body was no less powerful than an early-stage core formation cultivator. Of course, it was still not enough for an experienced level 7 demonic beast like the old ape. The old ape felt the force and thought of the scene where Lu Kuan took its attack. It said in surprise, I didn't notice. Although you have the bloodline of the great long-armed ape, you're still a human. But your physical strength is even stronger than the Dahe's. Since when did the physical body of a human cultivator reach such a level? Lu Kuan withdrew his spiritual energy and chi and said with pride, Because of the bloodline of the great long-armed ape, I comprehended the cultivation method of the physical body by chance. Now, my physical body is cultivated through the cultivation method I created. The old ape was a bit dazed. It was very intelligent and was no less intelligent than a core formation cultivator. Hearing that humans could cultivate the physical body, it was shocked. When the demon clan fought with the human cultivators, their biggest advantage was their physical bodies. If the human cultivators could make up for this shortcoming, would there still be a place for the demon beast to survive in this world? Seeing Lu Kuan's serious expression, the old gorilla showed some killing intent. But soon, it felt the familiar bloodline aura in this human cultivator's body, so it really couldn't kill him. The old chimpanzee looked at Shout Jean, who was not far away, and then gave up this idea. He lowered his head and pondered. When Lu Kuan sensed the killing intent of the level 7 Black Mountain Ape, he felt a chill run down his spine. He felt as though he was on the brink of death. Even if he burst out with his greatest battle prowess, he still wouldn't be a match for a Class 7 monstrous beast. After a long while, the old chimpanzee asked faintly, Are you the only human cultivator who knows this body refining technique? When Lu Kuan heard this question, he immediately understood why the old chimpanzee wanted to kill him. He forgot that humans and demon beasts were mortal enemies. The biggest reason why demon beasts could fight against humans was because of their strong physical bodies and their sharp claws that were comparable to magic weapons. If the human cultivators' physical bodies were even stronger, the battle with demon beasts would be completely one-sided. After figuring out the crux of the matter, Lu Kuan could not stop his cold sweat from flowing down. He took a deep breath and answered honestly, Other than me, there are 5 other disciples of mine who know this technique. But I can only cultivate this body refining technique to the late stage of foundation establishment. As for how to break through to the next big realm, I only have some clues. It's not perfect yet. The old chimpanzee suddenly understood and said, You asked me about the cultivation process of demon beasts, so you can use it as a reference to perfect your body refining technique, right? Lu Kuan nodded nervously. Seeing this, the old chimpanzee's eyes flickered. Finally, he looked at the huge tree root and said faintly, If other demon beasts in the sea heard about your situation, they would definitely fight to the death and kill you. They will never let the human cultivators make up for their shortcomings. Then the old chimpanzee sighed and said, But my Black Mountain Ape clan is different. Lu Kuan breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and quietly waited for the demon clan elder to continue. The reason why Blackie wants you to come to my clan's territory as soon as possible is that this silly chimpanzee believes that the ancient demonic ape clan can lead us back to the peak where we ruled thousands of demon beasts in the past. He also wants to borrow the power of your bloodline to enhance the strength of my clan. After all, my Black Mountain Ape clan is facing a great crisis. Lu Kuan was puzzled and asked, "Crisis?" With the current situation of human cultivators, it's unlikely that they can kill their way into the sea. Besides, aren't there many demon beasts in the demon beast form? The old chimpanzee snorted and said, "After the demon beasts enter the form transformation realm, their various means are not inferior to that of humans. If it weren't for me, this old monkey, who once had some opportunities and gained wisdom, my Black Mountain Ape clan would have long ceased to exist." Lu Kuan understood as soon as he heard this. The crisis comes from other demon beasts? The old chimpanzee looked at the tree root and sighed. After the Black Mountain Apes entered the deep sea, fewer and fewer of our clan members awakened their talents. Our strength has been regressing, and the gap between us and the demon beasts in the deep sea is getting bigger and bigger. And I don't know when they found out about our clan's inheritance treasure, especially the Sea Bear clan, who covets this treasure. Lu Kuan was a little surprised. He certainly knew about the Sea Bear clan. It was a powerful demon beast in the deep sea, and its brute force could be said to be the strongest among the demon beasts in the sea. Back when he was on the demon island, he had schemed against one. That Sea Bear clan could completely resist the joint attack of Xiao Hongfei and the Philostikis for a short period of time. Its strength was evident. In addition to its powerful innate talents, according to what he heard on the Abyss Island, this clan also had 2 demon beasts in the form transformation realm. The entire clan's strength was not inferior to that of the major cultivation sections. Such a clan of demon beasts was not something that the Black Mountain Apes could resist. After all, including the newly ascended Dahe, there were only 5 demon beasts above the 5th level. As for the inheritance treasure, Lu Kuan was very curious, but it was not appropriate for him to ask too much. The old chimpanzee glanced at Lu Kuan and continued, This old monkey have lived for a long time. I have 1 or 2 trump cards that can deter other demon beasts. However, I only have about 100 years left in my lifespan. Once I die, the Sea Bear clan will snatch my clan's treasure. The Black Mountain Ape clan is very likely to be exterminated. From your current strength, I can see that once you break through to the next major realm, your body will become even more powerful. Even your blood essence will change, which will be of great help to our clan. On top of that, the bloodline of that ancient demonic ape is also with you. Our clan might truly become powerful under your influence. Xiao Jin. Lu Kuan was a little confused. He did not know what this old chimpanzee wanted him to do. The old chimpanzee continued, I can tell you the cultivation process of the demon beasts. I can even tell you the whole process of my cultivation until I become a 7th level demon beast. I can also tell you the changes in my body at every stage. But you have to give me a promise. Lu Kuan's eyes were filled with joy when he heard the first half of the sentence. But when he heard the word promise, his expression turned serious. He asked in a deep voice, "What promise?" "I want you to promise that within 100 years, no matter whether you have a breakthrough in your cultivation or not, you will come back and take some of my clansmen to a safe place and help them become stronger." Lu Kuan pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, "Senior, do you trust me so much?" Chapter 445. Xiao Jin. Lu Kuan was even more confused. "Senior, I didn't see Xiao Jin among the 3 ancient demonic apes on the stone wall. What kind of ancient demonic ape is Xiao Jin?" The old gorilla revealed a mysterious smile and said, "Don't worry. This little monkey has the authentic bloodline of the ancient demonic ape. As for its specific name, I don't know. However, I've heard rumors about its supernatural power from the elders of the tribe. With its bloodline, its supernatural power is extremely terrifying. However, because of its supernatural power, it's very difficult for it to become a demonic beast let alone a higher realm. It said that in ancient times, there was only one demonic ape that cultivated to the demonic king realm. Since this little monkey is willing to follow you and has reached the 3rd level, it means that you can really lead us ape demonic beasts to new heights. Ordinary people can't control a demonic beast with such supernatural power. Lu Kuan didn't quite understand what the old chimpanzee was talking about. You mean that Xiao Jin can become a 3rd level demonic beast because of me? Is it because Xiao Jin cultivated my body refining technique? Lu Kuan said to himself, "What? You said that little monkey is practicing the body refining technique you created?" The old gorilla murmured. "It actually chose you as the target of its supernatural power and used your technique to cultivate to the 3rd level." Hearing this, Lu Kuan could tell that the old gorilla really knew about Xiao Jin's supernatural power. He didn't hide it and said, "When I met Xiao Jin, its demonic spiritual power was destroyed by itself. It learned my technique and gradually grew up." The old gorilla was shocked. "It destroyed its own demonic spiritual power and learned your technique." "That's right. You're a human. In that case, what happened in ancient times wouldn't have happened. No wonder I felt that its aura was a little different from ordinary monkey demons." Next, the old gorilla seemed to have made up its mind. It looked up at Lu Kuan and said word by word, "Lu Kuan, do you agree to the previous promise?" Lu Kuan said seriously, "Since Senior trusts this junior so much, there's no reason for this junior to refuse. I'm just afraid that my cultivation will be stuck in a certain realm and delay the Black Mountain Ape clan." The old gorilla shook his head and said, "I'm just trying to increase the hope of my race's continuation." Lu Kuan's face was solemn as he said firmly, "I, Lu Kuan, promise you that I will return to the mountain demon ape's territory within 100 years. I will take away some of my clansmen and do my best to help the mountain black ape survive and return to the peak of the demon race." The old gorilla nodded with a relaxed expression. He sat down and leaned against the thick root, saying, "Well, in that case, I'll tell you about the various changes in my body from a level 1 beast to a level 7 beast. I hope it can inspire you." Lu Kuan thanked him and sat down on the ground, listening quietly. "My mountain black ape clan's bloodline isn't weak. Most of our clansmen can become demonic beasts. At that time, we can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into our demon vein. When the demon vein produces demon spiritual energy, we become level 1 demonic beasts. At that time, the demon spiritual energy in the demon vein is in a gaseous state. While the demon vein is operating, it will also enter the body and transform it." Hearing this, Lu Kuan couldn't help but interrupt. "Improve the body? What do you start? Muscles, bones, or internal organs?" Hearing Lu Kuan's question, the old gorilla felt strange and said, "Of course, it's all of them." At that time, the demon spiritual energy will transform the body subtly and not under our control. Lu Kuan nodded thoughtfully and said, "Senior, please continue. As the demon spiritual energy in the gaseous state becomes stronger, it will eventually break through to the liquid state. At that time, you will become a level 2 demonic beast. The liquid state will nourish your body even more. After becoming a level 2 demonic beast, you can control the demon spiritual energy to nourish your body. I don't know about other demonic beasts, but when I entered level 2, I used the demon spiritual energy to nourish my hands in an attempt to awaken my innate ability." At this time, Lu Kuan interrupted again. "Senior, when you nourish your hands, did you use the demon spiritual energy to wash your muscles or bones?" The old gorilla was stunned. After thinking carefully, he replied, "It's the bones. The power of the fist is above the bones, and the claws also extend from the bones." Lu Kuan's eyes flashed. He seemed to have understood something and nodded. The old gorilla continued, "As the liquid state of the demon's spiritual energy strengthened, I entered the level 3 realm. At that time, under the nourishment of the demon's spiritual energy, I awakened the mountain black ape's vast fist. After that, it was a long time of cultivation. At that time, The demon's spiritual energy not only nourished the fist, but also the whole body. All right, you have to ask about the specific parts. The old gorilla recalled, the internal organs should have strengthened a lot, but there was no obvious change. As for the other parts, such as the muscles, with the nourishment of the demon's spiritual energy, the defense of the skin and hair became higher and higher. As for the bones, the attack power increased. Just like that, I entered the level 5 demonic beast realm by chance and condensed a demon core in the center of the demon vein. Seeing that Lu Kuan was listening quietly and didn't have any new questions, the old gorilla continued. After condensing the demon core, the demon's spiritual energy became stronger. As for nourishing the body, it was completely under my control. I used it to nourish my hands, the bones of my hands. Occasionally, it would also nourish other parts of the body. Hearing this, Lu Kuan pondered for a while and asked, Senior, after reaching the level 5, the power of your fists must be no less than that of a human cultivator's magic weapon. The old gorilla said proudly, even though I just entered the level 5 demonic beast realm, my fist could resist a magic weapon of the early stage of the core formation realm. At my current realm, with the help of the vast fist, I can even resist a magic weapon of a nascent soul cultivator. Lu Kuan turned a deaf ear to the old gorilla's proud words and murmured, Senior, the only thing that can be compared to a magic weapon is your opponent's palm bone. The old gorilla nodded and said, That's right. There was a time when many cultivators wanted to kill me, the mountain black ape, in the outer sea and obtain my palm bone. But at that time, my clan's shape-shifting elders were still alive. They killed one of the nascent soul cultivators who offended us. Since then, no cultivator dared to come here alone. Lu Kuan thought for a while and suddenly said, Senior, can I examine your palm bone carefully? The old gorilla was a bit strange, but it was a piece of cake for him, so he stretched out his hands. Chapter 446. With one look, Lu Kuan immediately noticed something different. In this pair of hairy, callous palms with inch-long sharp claws, there were extremely dense bones, almost comparable to the treasures he had seen before, and there were some strange patterns on the bones. This made Lu Kuan's expression change. He activated his golden eyes and looked at his arm. After a closer look, he found that there were very small patterns on the bones of his arm, but they were not as obvious as those on the old ape's palm bones. Lu Kuan murmured and continued to check the condition of the old ape's palm bones. After careful observation for 30 minutes, with his experience in refining magic treasures, he found that the blood vessels in the old ape's palm bones, as well as the demon veins and the patterns on them, combined together, played the same role as a magic treasure array. This made Lu Kuan understand that the old ape's palm bones not only reached the magic treasure level, but the effect of these patterns was also no less than that of a real magic treasure. Not to mention other things, just the material of my bones is far inferior to it. He sighed in his heart. Demon beasts are demon beasts after all. Blessed by nature, their bodies are naturally much stronger than humans. And the demon's spiritual power running in the demon veins nourishes the body more than my spiritual power. So there are such bones comparable to magic treasures. Lu Kuan murmured aloud, It seems that my next breakthrough, the bone treasure stage, will be extremely difficult. Bone treasure stage? The old ape listened to Lu Kuan's muttering and asked curiously. Lu Kuan explained, This is the name of the next stage that I deduced, which is equivalent to the core formation stage. The whole stage will gradually condense the bones into magic treasures. The old ape combined the cultivation process described before with the exploration of its palm bones, and said in disbelief, Do you want to refine the bones in your body into magic treasures? Seeing Lu Kuan nodding, the old ape shook its head and said, Impossible. Even us demon cultivators only have a few attack parts on the body with the power of magic treasures. You are a human cultivator. The bones in your body are just ordinary bones. You don't have the sharp fangs and claws of us demon cultivators. Lu Kuan's eyes revealed a trace of fanaticism as he said, Ordinary human cultivators can't do it, but that doesn't mean that I, a body cultivator, can't do it. My current physical strength and defense are no weaker than any Class 4 demonic beast. With the help of the power of connecting arms, I can even fight Class 5 demonic beasts. Although I don't have sharp fangs and claws and only have an ordinary human body, after so many years of body tempering, I have polished my body as a material. The foundation is solid. The next step is to use my whole body as a material to refine it into magic treasures. Of course, Lu Kuan said, of course, I don't have scales. I don't have scales of armor, of course. The toughest part of my body is my bones. Before the body becomes a magic treasure, I have to refine my bones to the level of magic treasures. This is the cultivation of the bone treasure period. After hearing Lu Kuan's words, the old ape couldn't help but look at his body again. However, it hadn't reached the 8th level yet. It didn't have the power of divine sense to see Lu Kuan's internal skeleton. It could only judge based on the previous fight between the two. After thinking carefully, the old ape remembered detail. Although Lu Kuan was knocked out by it, after waking up, there was no damage to his body. Especially the human fist that collided with its fists, it looked intact. Although it was because of the connecting arms technique, it also showed the defensive power of Lu Kuan's arms. Not only were his bones hard, the muscles wrapped around them were stronger than ordinary demon beasts. After a long time, the old ape asked again, after we demon beasts enter the 5th level, we can nourish a part of our body to the level of magic treasures with the help of a higher level demon spiritual power. Although your magic power is of the thunder attribute, it's still far from the level of a 5th level demon beast spiritual power. Hearing this, Lu Kuan's eyes flashed with a trace of determination. He said, yes, it does need a higher level of spiritual power to refine it. However, I can't judge at what stage the real magic weapon takes shape. The old ape was also a demon beast cultivator for many years. After thinking for a while, it found a problem. It asked, do you plan to condense the golden core first, or let your bones transform first? Lu Kuan shook his head. I won't condense the golden core because the magic power of a body cultivator isn't in the meridians, and there's no dantian. The old ape was stunned. The magic power of the body doesn't refine the meridians and dantian. Then it sighed. No wonder your body is so strong. If you don't condense the golden core, where will you get the higher level magic power to nourish your bones? Lu Kuan's eyes flashed with golden light. The golden core is just a manifestation of the transformation of the magic power. It turns the liquid magic power into a solid state. As long as the magic power transforms, it can take many forms. Next, I'm going to refine my bones into magic treasures. Why can't I let the magic power transform directly into a solid state in my bones? The old ape was stunned. Lu Kuan meant that if it was a demon beast cultivator, he wouldn't condense the golden core. Instead, he would let the demon spiritual power transform into a solid state in his bones, making it feel helpless. Then the old ape shook its head. I only know a little about the techniques of human cultivators. I can't give you any advice. Seeing this, Lu Kuan smiled and said, Senior, you told me about the transformation process of a demon beast body and let me observe the palm bone. It has already given me a lot of inspiration. The old ape waved its hand and said, Okay, since you've gained a lot, give me a few more bottles of essence blood. Anyway, there will be new blood in your body. Lu Kuan was speechless. When the old ape wanted him to make a promise, it seemed to be very righteous. Now I was thinking about the essence blood he sacrificed. He smiled bitterly and said, Senior, my blood is a little different. Even if it's new blood, it will take me a lot of effort. In the past 17 years, I've only made 10 bottles. I'll give you 7. I'll use the remaining 3 bottles to heal my wounds. The old ape raised its gray eyebrows. Give me 2 more bottles. Lu Kuan insisted. Not even 1 bottle. Then 1 bottle. The man and the ape were in a stalemate for a long time. In the end, Lu Kuan was defeated and had to give the old ape another bottle. Now, those 8 level 4 little guys could try to break through. With the help of your essence blood, I think 2 of them can enter level 5. Lu Kuan was puzzled. 2. On the Demon Island, Dahe's essence worked very well. Why is the success rate so low here? The old ape said with some disdain. Do you think there's such strong demon chi everywhere? Besides, I'll let He Zi be the young chief because he's very talented. With all these points, he can break through smoothly with the help of your essence blood. Under normal circumstances, it's not bad if one of the 10 little guys in our tribe can enter level 5. Lu Kuan thought for a moment and agreed. After all, level 5 demon beasts were equivalent to the core formation stage. Human cultivators' chances of breaking through were even lower. Although many people on the Demon Island succeeded in breaking through, outside of the Demon Island, there might not even be 1 in 20 peak foundation establishment stage cultivators who could enter the core formation stage. Chapter 447. In the blink of an eye, Lu Kuan had been on the Black Mountain Ape Island for more than a month. He had a better understanding of this demonic ape tribe. Apart from the old chimpanzee who was at the peak of the 7th level, among the other 4 Black Mountain apes in the cave, the middle-aged chimpanzee was at the 6th level. The others, including Dahe, were all at the 5th level. However, among these Black Mountain apes, only the middle-aged chimpanzee, Dahe, and the old chimpanzee had awakened a vast fist. Not only was it powerful in attack, but it could also use the power of control. As long as one's physical body was weaker than theirs, one would be affected by this power of control. With the physical body of a 5th-level demonic beast, even a nascent soul cultivator would be affected by this power if he was careless. Therefore, when the Black Mountain Ape had a shape-shifting level cultivator, it killed a nascent soul cultivator with this power. Apart from the 5 high-level demonic beasts, there were more than 100 Black Mountain Apes from the 1st level to the 4th level. Just these 100-plus tribesmen had given birth to 5 demonic beasts that were comparable to the core formation stage. And this was under the current situation where the tribe was declining. This showed how powerful the bloodline of the Black Mountain Apes was. At this moment, in the forest on the island, a small silver figure was running among the branches. Using the dense foliage of the forest, it was extremely agile. Behind the silver figure were 6 strong chimpanzees. These chimpanzees were hanging from the branches with their hands. Seeing that the silver figure was faster than them, they were so angry that they kept howling. One of the strongest gorillas with the blackest hair let out a roar. His hands swelled up slightly, and he continued to swing forward. Although the frequency of swinging was about the same, due to the increase in strength, the distance of each swing increased by a lot. As a result, its speed was not slower than that of the silver figure. In the blink of an eye, this black-haired chimpanzee and the silver figure disappeared from the vision of the other chimpanzees. Just when the other chimpanzees were hesitating whether to continue chasing, a tempting aroma came from outside the forest. Immediately, their saliva flowed out, and they subconsciously swung towards the source of the aroma. After about half an hour, these 5 chimpanzees swung out of the forest and came to the beach at the edge of the island. They immediately looked towards the source of the aroma. It was an earthworm-like insect that was as thick as a person's thigh and several feet long. It was placed on top of a few long silver rods, and a light purple flame was burning beneath it. The aroma was coming from the worm's meat. Beside the insects was the silver figure that they had been chasing. It was a spotted silver leopard. The leopard was sitting at the side, its tail swaying slightly. Its eyes were fixed on the insects in the middle. The black-haired gorilla that had chased after Junior Leopard was sitting cross-legged next to Junior Leopard. It was not angry at all, and its eyes were looking at the worm meat in the middle with desire. This made the chimpanzees very confused. They did not understand why the 2 demonic beasts that almost fought were so well-behaved. Then they saw a 7 to 8 feet tall, burly chimpanzee next to them. Only then did they understand that with their young chief here, how could the fellows in the tribe be dishonest? In addition to the 2 chimpanzees and Junior Leopard, there was a yellow-haired little monkey sitting on the shoulder of their young chief. There was also a human beside them. His hands were flashing with purple light, as if he was controlling the light purple flame. Seeing this man, The chimpanzees showed some reverence. Even though they were a little far away, they could still feel the power of the ancient demonic ape bloodline in this human. Furthermore, they had seen this human sparring with their young clan leader. That tiny body of his was actually able to fight evenly with their young clan leader. This made them feel even more reverence towards him. Therefore, these chimpanzees resisted the tempting aroma of the worm and planned to retreat into the forest. Hey, Dahe, there are some of your tribesmen coming over. Anyway, this sandstar worm is not small. Let them have a taste. Lu Kuan, who was controlling the genuine fire to burn the sandstar worm, had already noticed the timid big guys in the distance. He laughed and said, Dahe, who was beside him, obeyed Lu Kuan's words and shouted a few words. Only then did the strong chimpanzees cautiously walk over and sit at the outermost periphery timidly. Lu Kuan joked, as the young chief, do you often educate your tribesmen? Look how scared they are of you. Dahe scratched his head and explained in a muffled voice. So, it's because of the bloodline. Lu Kuan nodded thoughtfully. He and Dahe had just practiced for a round, so their chi and blood were inevitably surging. Therefore, he controlled the blood vessels and heart in his body and restrained the vigorous chi and blood. At this time, the expressions of the 2 and 3 level chimpanzees finally relaxed. Lu Kuan looked at the sandstar worm in front of him, whose aroma was getting stronger and stronger, and sighed, If I had known that you mountain black apes like to eat the sandstar worm's meat, because it has the effect of strengthening the muscles, I would have stayed in that sea area for a while. Woo-woo. Dahe looked at the cooked sandstar worm's body and could not help but remind him. It's cooked so quickly. Lu Kuan looked at the sandstar worm's meat that had turned golden. He put away his mana true fire and took out a long sword magic tool from his storage bag. With the help of his brute force, he cut the sandstar worm's meat into 10 pieces. Come, everyone has a share. Oh no, the beasts have a share. Lu Kuan muttered as he threw the sliced sandstar worm's meat to the surrounding chimpanzees. Even though the sandstar worm's body was big, with so many mountain black apes sharing it equally, it was soon finished. Seeing this, Xiaohui quickly swung his tail and let out an unhappy howl. Lu Kuan could not help but laugh. I know. Come, this is for you. Hey, Xiaohui, you said you knew where to find honey, so you took it from Xiaoyang. Meow. Xiaohui took a bite of the sandstar worm's meat and ignored Lu Kuan. He took it to the side and ate. Lu Kuan shook his head. After dividing the sandstar worm's meat, he picked up the piece in front of him and took a bite. It was crispy and chewy. What a tough piece of meat. This was Lu Kuan's first reaction. After he swallowed it, he immediately felt a strange energy flowing into his body and muscles. With his current physical strength, he could feel that his muscles were strengthened. This made him no longer have any doubts about Dahe's words. He finished the sandstar worm's meat in 2 or 3 bites. The strange energy nourished his body and muscles. Although the improvement was minimal, it was still very comfortable. Woo-woo. Suddenly, a cry attracted Lu Kuan's attention. He could not help but look over. He saw the little silver spot, leopard twitching on the ground in pain. It had only taken a bite of the sandstar worm's meat. Lu Kuan's expression tensed up. Just as he was about to move, Xiaohui stopped twitching and looked at the sandstar worm's meat with joy. It took another bite and continued tearing. Its body stopped twitching. Lu Kuan was stunned. After thinking for a while, he realized that the sandstar worm's meat would have a certain effect on his muscles. Although the silver spot leopard was a demonic beast, it was only at the 2nd level. Its body was not even comparable to the other mountain black apes here. Being nourished by the mysterious energy of the sandstar worm's meat, it would definitely feel pain. No wonder I've never heard of the sandstar worm's meat having any effect on human cultivators. The body of a cultivator is even weaker than that of a 2nd level demonic beast. Their muscles might collapse under the sudden stimulation. Chapter 448. Also, from what I can tell, this level 4 sandstar worm is quite useful to Zhao Qingtian and the others, Lu Kuan said in deep thought. Although they've already entered the bone-tempering stage and their muscles have already transformed once, it's still the body-tempering foundation building stage. The more solid their bodies are, the better. The disciples of the Star Moon Pavilion killed a level 3 sandstar worm over there before. This means that there might be more of these worms in that sea area. Let's make a trip there. After making up his mind, Lu Kuan raised his head and looked at the other black mountain apes. The first one to chase after Xiao Hui was a black-haired gorilla. It had the aura of a level 3 beast. Lu Kuan was familiar with it because this black mountain ape's talent was only second to Dahe's. According to Blackie, as long as it entered level 4, it would most likely be able to awaken the vast fist innate divine ability. Because this gorilla's hair was especially shiny, Lu Kuan named it Xiao Yangzi. Although Xiao Yangzi was only a level 3 beast, its body was only slightly smaller than Dahe's, but it was much bigger than Lu Kuan's. It had already finished the sandstar worm's meat. At this moment, the black mountain ape was circulating its demon spiritual energy, trying to use some of it to nourish its muscles. The other 5 black mountain apes had also finished eating the worm's meat. However, they didn't have much control over their demon spiritual energy, so they could only use the strange energy in the sandstar worm's meat to transform their bodies. As for Xiao Jin, its body contained demon spiritual energy, so it could easily absorb this special energy. When it was eating, it was circulating its demon spiritual energy at the same time to maximize the effect of the energy. Needless to say, Dahe's muscles weren't as good as Lu Kuan's. Eating the sandstar worm's meat didn't help it much. Among the demonic beasts here, only Xiao Hui, the little silver spot leopard, benefited the most. Back when Su Tianchuan was raising the silver spot leopard, he would often refine some pills that could help the demonic beasts increase their spiritual energy. Although their spiritual energy would increase rapidly, their physical bodies would lack nourishment for a long time, so they would naturally be weaker. At this moment, Xiao Hui had eaten a large piece of sandworm meat, which had tempered its muscles and improved its strength by quite a bit. Dahe, these sandstar worms are also very useful to body cultivators. The sea region I came across isn't too far from here. I'll go there and clean up the sandstar worms there. Let's see if we can hunt a few more. Dahe's face revealed a hint of excitement as it whimpered. When Lu Kuan heard this, he shook his head and said, "That won't do. Your clan elders said that you cannot leave Crescent Moon Island. The old senior is currently busy helping your clansmen increase their chances of advancement. Since that's the case, the safety of the island will depend on you and the other high-tier demonic apes." When Dahe heard Lu Kuan's words, it knew that the safety of its clan was more important. Its expression became a little gloomy. Little Yangzi, on the other hand, suddenly opened his eyes when he heard Lu Kuan's words. He looked at Lu Kuan hopefully. Xiao Yang, you want to go?" The black-furred gorilla nodded its head. Lu Kuan pondered for a while before agreeing. He said to Dahe, "Then I'll bring Xiao Yang with me. The place isn't far. I estimate that I'll be back in 2 weeks. By then, the old senior's preparations should be more or less done." Seeing that Dahe agreed, Lu Kuan summoned the Silver Dragon Spirit Shuttle. He then looked at the little silver spot leopard and smiled. "Xiao Hui, you stay here first. The place near the waterfall cave is very suitable for you to cultivate. After you digest the worm meat, I'll return and give you some more." When the little silver spot leopard heard this, it squinted its eyes. Clearly, it was very satisfied with Lu Kuan's words. Then, Lu Kuan called Xiao Jin and Xiao Liang to fly into the Silver Dragon Spirit Shuttle. Then, he activated this flying artifact and flew towards the sea region, where he encountered the Xinhua Pavilion disciples. Right now, Lu Kuan was not afraid of encountering Zhai Xingzi at all. During his time on the Black Ape Island, he had sparred with Dahe many times. When Dahe didn't use the Hao Fist, they were almost evenly matched with each other. It was hard to tell who was the winner and who was the loser. During the battle on the Demon Island, he knew that Dahe's strongest power was no less than the intermediate stage of the core formation realm. In addition to his control abilities, Even an intermediate stage core formation realm cultivator could be killed if they weren't careful. Lu Kuan's current physical strength was not inferior to Dahe's by much. His control abilities were not very effective. Moreover, Lu Kuan had the help of a pseudo-magic treasure. Therefore, his combat power was almost on par with Dahe. If Dahe used the Hao Fist, Lu Kuan would be defeated. After all, Dahe, who had become a level 5 demonic beast, could also use the Hao Fist to increase his strength. On the other hand, Zhai Xingzi had only entered the core formation realm for more than 10 years. Even if he had a magic treasure, he hadn't refined it for a long time. His power was limited. Just as Lu Kuan was flying towards the sea region where the sandstar worms were, Zhai Xingzi and his group had just captured 2 level 4 sandstar worms. They were flying towards the Black Mountain Apes territory at the same time. However, in this vast sea, even if their routes overlapped, they still didn't encounter each other. However, when Zhai Xingzi and his group arrived at the Black Mountain Apes territory, they still had to search carefully. After all, their sect had only given them an area of the Black Mountain Apes territory. They had to find the actual island. Previously, when Lu Kuan was searching, he was guided by Xiao Jin's bloodline. Therefore, he was able to find the island very smoothly. While Zhai Xingzi and his group were carefully searching for traces of the Black Mountain Ape, Lu Kuan had already arrived at the island where he met the Star Moon Pavilion's disciples. He stood on the Silver Dragon Spirit Shuttle and looked down at the beach. He pondered and said, "Although no human cultivator knows the uses of the sandstar worm's physical body, its blood is a material for refining pills. The Abyss Island has information about this demonic beast. It is said that the sandstar worm has a concealment ability. When it is buried under the sand, even a core formation realm's consciousness would have a hard time finding it. Therefore, it is very difficult to find it. However, something that cannot be found by consciousness is nothing to us." Lu Kuan looked at the little monkey beside him and said, "Xiao Jin, listen carefully for any movements under the beach. I will use my golden eye technique to search. Now that my consciousness has reached the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm, my detection ability has greatly increased. I can use my golden eye technique to search for anything hundreds of feet under the sand." Woo woo. Just as Lu Kuan was about to cast his technique, Liang Zi, who was listening to him, suddenly cried out. Lu Kuan looked at Xiao Jin with some confusion. Unlike Dahe, he didn't understand the language of this Black Mountain Ape. Ji. After listening to Xiao Jin's translation, Lu Kuan smiled and said, "Don't worry. When the time comes, I will leave the mission of killing the sandstar worm to you." Woo woo. Hearing this, Liang Zi beat his chest with his fists and was extremely excited. Then, Lu Kuan inserted his consciousness into his eyes and controlled the Silver Dragon Spirit Shuttle to fly down. Xiao Jin's ears faintly glowed as they began to search the islands one by one. "Yeah, I didn't expect there to be one on this island. Looking at its demonic spiritual energy, it is at the 3rd rank." Lu Kuan's golden eye technique quickly found a sandstar worm disguised as an oval-shaped rock 10 feet under a tree on the beach of this island. Chapter 449. On the beach of a small island, a man with mana fluctuations crawled out of the sea and walked unsteadily. If there were any cultivators passing by, they would definitely look at him with disdain. His mana fluctuations were only at the beginning stage of the Foundation Establishment stage. In this outer sea, there were many monsters of the 2nd level and above. Ordinary cultivators at the beginning stage of the Foundation Establishment stage would be courting death. Looking at the man's robe, it was somewhat damaged and his magic power was somewhat unstable. It was as if he had gone through a battle and was lucky enough to survive. After walking on the beach for a while, the man looked more and more tired, as if he had been seriously injured. He walked to a coconut tree and leaned against the tree trunk. He threw a pill into his mouth with great effort. Then his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Not long after, he let out light breathing sounds. It was unknown whether he was too tired or seriously injured, but he fell asleep just like that. Other than the light, snoring sounds, the only other sound on this island was the rustling of leaves in the sea breeze. The blue sea was very calm. It gently slapped against the white sand on the beach. No one came to disturb this seriously injured human cultivator. After an unknown amount of time, the man's mana gradually stabilized and recovered. It was obvious that the pill had taken effect. Suddenly, a yellow light appeared in the white sand under the man. An earthworm as thick as a man's thigh rushed out from under him. Its mouth opened wide, revealing sharp teeth. It was ferocious and terrifying. Like a meat grinder, it bit towards a man's arm. This earthworm exuded an aura stronger than the man's. It was a level 3 sandstar worm. It was comparable to a mid-stage foundation establishment stage cultivator. If nothing unexpected happened, the man's defenseless arm would be swallowed in one bite. Unfortunately, accidents could happen at any time. Just as it was about to swallow the man's arm, the arm suddenly swelled up. A surge of chi and blood flashed in the air. The arm made of human flesh directly resisted the bite of the worm's sharp teeth. Crack! A crisp sound was heard. The earthworm let out a cry of horror, as if it had seen a terrifying creature. After the arm was bitten by the fangs, there were only some slight scratches. However, what made the sandstar worm even more terrified was the strength of the arm. The thick hand grabbed the fangs and pulled gently, breaking one of the fangs. The sandstar worm shook its fat body and tried to burrow back into the sand. The man let out a hearty laugh. "Haha, you think you can break free from Lu Kuan's grasp with this little bit of strength? Too naive. Liang Zi, I'll leave it to you." While speaking, the man's other thick arm came one after another. Both hands grabbed the thickest fangs on both sides of the mouth and threw them into the sea outside the beach. Roar! At the same time, a strong gorilla with an excited face jumped out of the sea outside the beach. As soon as it came out of the water, it let out an excited cry. Both of its fists slightly swelled up, and the muscles on its body bulged. The huge monkey fists were covered in yellow light, and it accurately punched towards the head above the sandstar worm's mouth. Bang! The chimpanzee was quite strong. His fists made a dull sound, and the sandstar worm was blown back to the beach. Liang Zi, are you not full yet? Seeing that the sandstar worm was still moving in the air, the man was a little dissatisfied. A purple light flashed under his feet, and in an instant, he was under the fat worm. His thick and strong arms crossed, blocking the worm that was trying to drill down. Then, he turned around and kicked the sandstar worm to where the chimpanzee was without making any sound. Hearing the man's words, the chimpanzee's eyes flashed with a trace of stubbornness. It landed on the beach and slightly squatted down. Its level 3 demon spiritual energy rushed towards its fists, and with the help of its legs, it once again hammered towards the sandstar worm's head. Poochie! There was a sound of something breaking. The sandstar worm no longer made any sound and fell on the beach. Roar! The chimpanzee raised its fist and beat its chest and roared excitedly again. At this time, another yellow monkey appeared in the sea. This one man and 2 apes were Lu Kuan's group. Lu Kuan looked at Liang Zi, who was roaring nonstop, and said unhappily, "If you keep roaring, the sandstar worms nearby will not continue to be fooled." Hearing this, the chimpanzee suddenly stopped roaring. It looked at the human cultivator that it was in awe of with a little embarrassment. Half a day ago, Lu Kuan thought of the 2 foundation establishment stage disciples from the Star Moon Pavilion. At that time, he was very puzzled as to why the Star Moon Pavilion dared to let disciples with such low cultivation come here. In addition, there were 2 sandstar worms that attacked the couple, which made him have a vague idea. Is it that the sandstar worms also like to eat cultivators? Facing foundation establishment stage cultivators, level 3 or level 4 sandstar worms could almost succeed in a sneak attack. Then, Lu Kuan gave it a try. He had the ability to hide his spiritual roots, and he could hide his spiritual sense and aura. Furthermore, the body cultivator technique that he created could hide his spiritual sense and aura. Even core formation stage cultivators could be fooled, let alone a level 3 beast. Just as he guessed, after sensing Lu Kuan's foundation establishment stage aura, the sandstar worm could not hold back. After observing for a while, it came over to attack. With the attack of a level 3 beast, not to mention Lu Kuan's arm, even if it attacked other parts of his body, it would not be able to bite off even a piece of flesh. Looking at his perfectly fine arm, Lu Kuan smiled and said, "Next, we'll do the same. We'll use this method to lure and kill these sandstar worms. You guys can practice." After saying that, Lu Kuan summoned the silver dragon spirit shuttle and carried the 2 monkeys who were drooling to the next island. At the same time, 40 to 50 miles away from the Crescent Moon Island where the Black Mountain Apes lived, Zhai Xingzi, with a cautious look, landed on the ground with 5 disciples of the Star Moon Pavilion. Zhai Xingzi wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and muttered to himself. Although Elder Peng said that the Black Mountain Apes no longer have any transformation stage cultivators, we still have to be careful. With this level of spiritual sense, they can even detect up to 40 miles away. After a period of investigation, Zhai Xingzi finally discovered the territory of the Black Mountain Apes. However, as soon as he discovered it, he immediately brought the disciples to 40 to 50 miles away. He was afraid that there were still transformation stage cultivators in the tribe. After standing there for half a day, Zhai Xingzi's expression finally relaxed. He took out a piece of pale yellow worm, meat the size of an arm, and floated it in front of him. Then, he summoned a flame and started to burn the worm meat. A strange fragrance gradually wafted through the air. Chapter 450. In the following time, the 5 disciples of the Star Moon Pavilion laid down an extremely intricate miniature formation on the island. It flickered with black and white light. This was the famous 5 elements, 8 trigrams formation of the Star Moon Pavilion. However, the formation disc that they used was a replica. The true 5 elements, 8 trigrams formation was at the level of a forbidden formation. It was not something that could be set up by mere early foundation establishment cultivators. Although it was a replica, this formation was still extremely wondrous. However, in order to unleash its power, it required a foundation establishment cultivator with the attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth to activate it. That was why the Star Moon Pavilion sent 5 early foundation establishment disciples this time. Other than luring out the sandstar worms, it was also to activate this formation. Under the control of the 5 disciples, a transparent light enveloped them. The 6 of them, including Zhai Xingzi, disappeared as if there was no one on the island. This was the greatest effect of the replica formation. It could conceal one's body and hide one's presence. Even the spiritual sense of a late core formation cultivator might not be able to see through this formation and discover them. Other than that, it also had a strong defense. Under the control of the 5 early foundation establishment cultivators, it could block the attack of a mid-core formation cultivator. It was extremely wondrous. This was also what Elder Peng of the Star Moon Pavilion had told them. Through some channels, he understood that the Black Mountain Ape clan did not have any transfiguration level beings. However, there are definitely still apes above the 6th or 7th level. If Zhai Xingzi encountered a Black Mountain Ape of this level, he would most likely be no match for it. With this formation, his safety would be guaranteed. The 5 early foundation establishment disciples controlled the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation. Zhai Xingzi stayed within the formation. A black and white compass floated in front of him. Under his control, the black and white light formed an intricate miniature formation. The star plucker waved his hand, and the cooked insect meat landed firmly in the center of the formation. The aroma emitting from the meat became 100 times richer under the effect of the formation. Then, under the effect of a simple wild wind spell, the aroma quickly drifted into the distance. However, as the aroma spread, the cooked worm meat also decreased bit by bit. It was very obvious that this miraculous formation had turned the worm meat into an even richer aroma. That was why the aroma could travel so far. Coupled with the existence of the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation, it was as if the aroma had appeared out of thin air on the island. Seeing that the formation was successful, Zhai Xingzi let out a sigh of relief. It was also because of his extraordinary talent in formations that he dared to accept this mission. After that, Zhai Xingzi carefully controlled the power of his divine sense and observed the nearby sea. He knew that the aroma of the elements ate trigrams demon apes. That was why he controlled his spiritual sense to the lowest level. Zhai Xingzi, as long as a Black Mountain ape entered Zhai Xing. Once Black Mountain apes entered Zhai Xingzi, Zhai Sun demon ape, Zhai Xingzi. Just like that, Zhai Xingzi and the other disciples of the Star Moon Pavilion waited quietly for a day and a night. Not a single demonic beast came from the vicinity. The first piece of bug meat had also disappeared in this day. Zhai Xingzi had already noticed this and placed another piece of bug meat of the same size on top of it. This continued for a full week, but there was still no sign of any Black Mountain ape. Instead, there were a few other random demonic beasts. There were splitting eagles, seal beasts, and even a tortoise-type demonic beast that slowly followed the scent. This made Zhai Xingzi somewhat depressed. However, the other Foundation establishment disciples were somewhat happy. Zhai Xingzi didn't care about these demonic beasts, but to them, it was a considerable amount of wealth. Looking at the remaining half of the sandstar worm in his storage bag, Zhai Xingzi simply put away the magic formation in front of him, then clenched his teeth and said, "Let's move forward for another 15 miles. In that case, as long as we are about 10 miles away from the island, we will be able to smell the sandstar worm meat. If that's the case, our chances of success will be much higher." After hearing Zhai Xingzi's words, the disciples behind him looked at each other. One of them said weakly, "But, Uncle, if that's the case, we will be in even more danger." Zhai Xingzi snorted coldly and said, "If you're afraid, then stay here. Although I will have some trouble without this magic formation, I can still deal with it. However, for you guys, there will be no reward for this mission." Zhai Xingzi's words directly hit the weak spot of the Zhai Xingzi disciples. They all knew that the reward this time was an elixir personally refined by the sect's ancestral master punk. Even if they weren't very talented, with the help of the elixir from the sect's nascent soul stage ancestral master, they would be able to smoothly break through the bottleneck and enter the middle Foundation establishment stage. This way, they would be one step closer to the Golden Core stage. Seeing that the disciples didn't refute, Zhai Xingzi snorted coldly and said, "What are you waiting for? Pack up the magic formation plate." The 5 disciples then hurriedly packed up the magic formation plate. After half an hour, Zhai Xingzi and the rest flew towards the direction of the Black Mountain Apes Island for about 15 miles. What gave them a headache was that there weren't any islands in this area. It was all seawater. If the fragrance of the sandstar worm wafted out from the seawater, then it would be too abnormal. The few Foundation establishment beginner stage disciples wouldn't be able to unleash the power of the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation on the surface of the sea. In the end, Zhai Xingzi gritted his teeth. Under the fearful gazes of the other Zhai Xingzi disciples, they advanced for a long distance. Only then did they discover a small, isolated island the size of a palm. There were only 1 or 2 bare trees on it. This small island was only 15 to 16 miles away from the Crescent Moon Island where the Black Mountain Ape was located. It was quite risky to travel such a short distance. If the Class 5 demonic ape found them, then it would be fine. Zhai Xingzi believed that he could handle it. However, if they encountered a Class 6 Black Mountain Ape, he might be able to survive, but the few disciples would have a slim chance of survival. Despite the risks, Zhai Xingzi had no choice but to do this. This was because even if he was so close, it would still take some time to attract the Black Mountain Ape. It would also require some luck. Furthermore, they only had half of the sandstar worm meat left. If they didn't make full use of it, then they wouldn't know how long it would take to hunt down this demonic worm that had the ability to conceal itself. The few of them quickly set up a formation on this island. With the help of the formation, they could perfectly conceal themselves. After everything was ready, Zhai Xingzi showed some reluctance as he split a piece of worm meat that was as thick as an arm into 2 portions. He only roasted one of the pieces of worm meat and placed it into his unorthodox formation. It was better to use the worm meat sparingly. If Zhai Xingzi knew that the sandstar worm that he had worked so hard to obtain was being easily found, lured out, and killed by Lu Kuan, who knew what kind of expression he would have. Chapter 451. On the beach of Crescent Moon Island, a silver spot leopard was chasing and fighting with two chimpanzees. Judging from the waves of the battle, they were both two demonic beasts. Little Gray, the silver spot leopard, was fighting against two chimpanzees. With its fast speed, the two chimpanzees were unable to hit it, which made the two big guys roar in anger. The silver spot leopard did not intend to meet the chimpanzee's huge fists head-on. Relying on its quick movements, it left scratches on the two chimpanzees from time to time. The two black mountain apes were the ones who had chased Little Gray before. Now that they were fighting at close range, they felt that Little Gray was more and more abominable. Although they were angry, they did not give up. Instead, they attacked more fiercely. They felt that as long as they could hit their opponent, the battle would be over. Unknowingly, the battle between the three demonic beasts gradually approached the sea. Suddenly, an idea flashed through the mind of one of the chimpanzees. It waved its hands and took a claw from the silver spot leopard, forcing it into the sea. Woo woo woo! Seeing that the silver spot leopard had slowed down after entering the water, the two chimpanzees were very excited. They quickly jumped into the sea and stopped the silver spot leopard that wanted to jump out of the water. The two black mountain apes had lived on the island since they were young and were very good at swimming. They immediately suppressed the silver spot leopard in the sea. After taking 2 hits from a monkey's fists, the silver spot leopard showed an unwilling look. It could only admit defeat with its tail between its legs. Seeing this, the two chimpanzees were very proud. They jumped out of the sea and roared excitedly. Little Gray, with its ears drooping, rushed to the beach and shook off the water stains on its body. Little Gray's eyes flashed. It decided that the next time it fought, it must stay far away from the sea. Woo-woo! Suddenly, the two chimpanzees who were still cheering on the sea cried out in surprise. They looked in a direction outside the island with surprise, and some saliva dripped from the corners of their mouths. Just when Little Gray was feeling a little strange, a familiar and tempting fragrance wafted into its nose. Little Gray's expression immediately became very happy. Of course, it could smell that this was the fragrance of the sandstar worm that Lu Kuan had fed it not long ago. It only ate a small piece, and its body became stronger. Plop! There were 2 sounds of diving into the water. Xiao Hui noticed that the 2 abominable chimpanzees had already swum towards the source of the fragrance. Meow! Xiao Hui was unwilling to be left behind, and also jumped into the sea. Although it grew up on land as a second-level monster, it was still very easy for it to swim quickly in the water. But they were still no match for the 2 huge chimpanzees. Under Xiao Hui's shocked gaze, they were swimming like dogs, riding the wind and riding the waves. The brute force of a second-class monster beast was used to paddle in the water, and it was extremely suitable. Xiao Hui's competitive spirit was aroused, and it did its best to move its 4 limbs, mimicking the dog's crawling posture, and followed them. Little Gray's speed on land was amazing, but unfortunately, it was still not used to the sea. After swimming for about 7 or 8 miles, it could no longer see the 2 chimpanzees. In the end, the little silver-spotted leopard looked annoyed. In its impression, the chimpanzees here ate more and more. If it had been a little later, there would have been no meat left. After swimming for another 5 or 6 miles, Xiao Hui felt that something was wrong. Lu Kuan did not have to roast the sandstar worm more than 10 miles away from the Crescent Moon Island. Moreover, the fragrance of the worm's meat was getting stronger. Logically speaking, the 2 black mountain apes should have eaten a lot by now. After thinking for a while, Xiao Hui unconsciously slowed down. At this time, it could already see that not far away there was a small island with scattered trees, but there was nothing on it. Neither the sandstar worm's meat nor the 2 chimpanzees were on this small island. Xiao Hui's nose twitched, and its big eyes flashed with doubt. But the fragrance was really coming from this island. I didn't think that there would be silver-spotted leopards in this sea. TSK, TSK. Even on land, they're extremely rare. This trip is quite rewarding. Xiao Hui suddenly heard a man's voice and subconsciously looked up. It was not sure when, but a man with dashing eyebrows appeared above it, looking at it with interest. Oh! Xiao Hui's wet fur stood up, and it let out a frightened cry. It turned around and dived into the sea. Although the man had concealed his breath, the little silver-spotted leopard had followed Su Tianchuan for so many years that it could tell that the man was a core-bearing stage cultivator. You are indeed a demonic beast on land. You're so bad at swimming. The man with dashing eyebrows was Zhai Xingzi. He seemed to be in a good mood. He muttered a spell, and an octagonal compass flashed out of his body. It followed the silver-spotted leopard into the sea. After a short while, the octagonal compass flew out of the sea. The compass had become a little bigger, and it flashed with black and white spiritual light, enveloping the silver-spotted leopard. No matter how the leopard attacked, it could not escape from the spiritual light. Zhai Xingzi saw the leopard's stubbornness, and a smile appeared on his face. He muttered to himself, I didn't expect to catch 2 level 2 black mountain apes and a level 2 silver-spotted leopard on the first day. The remaining worm meat can be used for 3 more days. As long as I catch a level 4 demonic ape, my mission will be completed. Xiao Hui was on the compass, and it could not escape no matter how hard it tried. Now that it heard Zhai Xingzi's muttering, it was extremely angry. It raised its head and let out an ear-piercing howl. Meow. Zhai Xingzi's expression changed. He formed a spell, and the black and white spiritual power on the compass entered the leopard's body, causing it to faint. Then he took out a few talismans. He placed them on Xiao Hui's body. Then he put them into a spiritual beast bag. Damn the leopard. He is so intelligent. He even knew to warn the Black Mountain Ape clan. Fortunately, your strength is not high. This cry, which contains demonic spiritual power, can only travel 2 or 3 miles. It won't affect my mission. Zhai Xingzi muttered to himself, and then he turned and flew back to the island to continue his ambush. Just as Xiao Hui let out a cry, about 40 to 50 miles away, a little yellow monkey sitting on a light purple spiritual shuttle stood up. This spiritual shuttle was Lu Kuan's Silver Dragon spiritual shuttle. He frowned and looked at the little monkey and asked, Xiao Jin, what's wrong? Xiao Jin scratched his head and exchanged a few uncertain sounds. You said you heard Xiao Hui's cry? Ji. Lu Kuan waved his hand and said, this place is not far from the Crescent Moon Island. With this little guy's temper, he might be playing with some Black Mountain apes. Ji, you're saying that the sound did not come from the Crescent Moon Island, and that the cry was filled with fear? Xiao Jin nodded his head continuously. Could it be that the little guy left the island alone and encountered a powerful demonic beast? Xiao Jin quickly pointed the way. Chapter 452. Squeak Squeak. Lu Kuan, who was controlling the spirit shuttle, listened to Xiao Jin's description and his face gradually darkened. At the same time, he stopped channeling his mana and stopped the Silver Dragon spirit shuttle. After Xiao Jin became a level 3 demon, the range of his hearing had increased slightly. As they got closer, Xiao Jin gradually sensed that there were several human cultivators breathing near the place where Xiao Hui's voice came from. This made Lu Kuan wary. This area is the territory of the Black Mountain Apes. The human cultivators that Xiao Jin heard are obviously not just passing by. Could be that they want to deal with the Black Mountain Apes? Lu Kuan's brain spun, and he was able to guess most of what had happened. Since I know the location, I will go alone just in case. Then he instructed the little monkey, Xiao Jin, control the Silver Dragon Spirit Shuttle and return to Crescent Moon Island with Liang Zi. You and I have a blood connection. Bring Dahe and come to my rescue. Seeing that Xiao Jin was a little hesitant, Lu Kuan smiled and said, Don't worry. The direction you said is less than 10 miles from Crescent Moon Island. These immortal cultivators won't dare to get too close. At most, there will only be core formation cultivators. It's not like you don't know my concealment skills. It's not a problem to hide from core formation cultivators. Xiao Jin nodded in agreement. He brought Liang Zi, who was a little confused, and controlled the spirit shuttle to fly towards Crescent Moon Island. Lu Kuan jumped down into the sea. He used a mid-level concealment technique on himself. Then, he retracted his mana and blood. At the same time, he hid his divine sense in his sea of consciousness and swam towards the bottom of the sea. In the depths of the sea, there were many fish. Some of them were low-level demon beasts with demonic spiritual energy. After a while, he found an arrow-shaped, long whale beast. Its body emitted the aura of a level 1 demon beast. He quickly scuttled under the whale beast and used an exquisite and obscure power to control the whale beast to swim in the direction Xiao Jin had told him. Although this peak rank 1 whale had some intelligence, it couldn't detect Lu Kuan beneath it at all. It thought that there was an undercurrent in the sea and unknowingly swam with Lu Kuan in tow. Under the whale beast's guidance, Lu Kuan, who was like an invisible person, quickly saw the bottom of a small island. He knew that the humans that Xiao Jin mentioned were most likely on this island. However, he didn't dare to use his divine sense to investigate. If there really were several core formation cultivators above, he would be in danger if he was discovered. Lu Kuan gently let go of the whale beast, which had been working hard for half a day. His legs trembled slightly, sending out streams of martial artist energy as he slowly swam upwards. Unless a core formation cultivator used their divine sense to carefully examine this area of the sea, they wouldn't be able to discover this unusual undercurrent. Moreover, Lu Kuan's muscles and nerves didn't detect the existence of divine sense in the sea. However, as he approached the surface of the sea, the nerves in his muscles gradually reacted. There was a powerful divine sense that enveloped the area. Cautiously approaching the surface of the sea, Lu Kuan didn't reveal his head. Otherwise, the slight ripples on the surface of the sea would be detected by the other party's divine sense. A faint golden light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Through a layer of seawater, he looked at the top of the island. At first glance, there was no one on the island. This made Lu Kuan feel a burst of suspicion. However, he believed in Xiao Jin's judgment. Thus, he injected his hidden divine sense into his eyes. Gradually, he found something. Under his golden eyes, there was an inverted transparent shield on the island. There were 6 figures inside. Immediately, he saw the faces of the people inside. So it's Zhaixing Zi from the Pavilion of Moon and Star. It seems like he was the one who attacked Little Gray. Lu Kuan's heart was filled with murderous intent. Little Gray was only a 2nd-level beast. Against a core formation cultivator, it could be easily killed. Damn it, if I knew this would happen, I would have fought with him. Maybe this wouldn't have happened. He felt a wave of regret. What is that? Suddenly, he saw a piece of roasted meat in front of Zhaixing Zi. Lu Kuan, who had roasted the meat of the sandstar worm, of course recognized this. So they attacked the sandstar worm because of the black mountain ape. Though Lu Kuan's heart was filled with murderous intent, he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. The Pavilion of Moon and Star was famous for their arrays. This transparent shield was obviously not simple. He planned to continue hiding under the water and wait for Xiao Jin to bring Dahe over. Then, he would wait for an opportunity to attack. Lu Kuan had experienced so many things in the immortal cultivation realm. He wouldn't be so stupid as to directly clash with the other party in a situation like this. Even if he could fight with Zhaixing Zi, he wasn't confident that he could kill him. Instead, it would make the other party more cautious. As the founder of the body cultivator, he knew very well that other than their ferocious fighting abilities, they could also unleash the full potential of the body cultivator as an assassin. After a while, Lu Kuan saw Zhaixing Zi reveal a complicated expression of fear and excitement. Then, this core formation cultivator from the Pavilion of Moon and Star said a few words to the others. Then he walked around the island. A formation plate appeared in his hand. Several streaks of spiritual energy were used. In a short while, a large array was set up on the island. Then, Zhai Zi patted his waist. Outside the circular shield, two chimpanzees appeared in the center of the island. How many talismans were stuck on their bodies? They seemed to have fainted. Zhai Zi quickly put away these talismans. At the same time, he took out the remaining carcasses of the sandstar worms and placed them in front of the chimpanzees. Then, he flashed into the transparent shield. Lu Kuan was speechless as he watched from under the water. It was obvious that Zhai Zi had discovered Dahei's arrival from afar with the divine sense of a human cultivator. In such a short time, he had set up such a trap. Lu Kuan sighed in his heart. With Dahei's intelligence, if he was alone, he might really be at a disadvantage. In a short while, an extremely muscular black mountain ape with some gray fur on its claws appeared in the sky. On its shoulder sat a yellow little monkey. It was Dahei. Dahei saw the two people sleeping on the island at first glance. He immediately wanted to fly over. Gee. At this moment, the little monkey on his shoulder suddenly cried out. Dahei seemed to be confused. He scratched his head. Woo-woo, Gee. Then, the two apes, one big and one small, started talking as if there was no one else around. Zhai Zi looked at the two apes talking nonstop. He was confused. Even if a disciple of the beast trainer sect from another country was here, he might not understand. Damn it. Why hasn't this big guy entered the island? Could have sensed something? Zhai Zi muttered in his heart. He had sensed this level 5 black mountain ape as soon as it entered the range of his divine sense. His first reaction was fear, but it was followed by excitement and exhilaration. If he could capture a level 5 demon ape, the reward would definitely be on a different level. Elder Peng might even reward him with double the amount of pills. In order to save on the pills that he would need to cultivate for 100 years, Zhai Zi had set up his trump card, which was an exquisite formation. With the help of this 5 elements, 8 trigrams formation, he might be able to take down this level 5 black mountain ape. Chapter 453. Dahei was a level 5 monster. Although it could not release its divine sense, it could still fly like a core formation cultivator. With a few flashes, it appeared on the island. After approaching the 2 sleeping black mountain apes, Dahei realized that they were severely injured. However, just as Dahei was about to roar in anger, the scenery outside the island suddenly changed. The surrounding seawater turned into yellow sand. Dahei felt as if it was suddenly in a desert. It scratched its head in confusion, but the 2 of its kind were still under its feet. Although Dahei was intelligent, it was not very knowledgeable. It did not know that this was an illusion array of the immortal cultivators. The dry air and the scorching temperature told Dahei that everything seemed so real. While it was still in a daze, it suddenly realized that a huge sandstorm had appeared in the distance and was blowing in its direction. Without hesitation, Dahei picked up the 2 of its kind and flew in another direction. It did not care if all of this was real or not. In its opinion, it was better not to fight against this strange sandstorm. However, after flying for a while, it felt even more strange. The desert seemed to have no end. No matter how fast it flew, it could not see the end. The passing scenery told it that it was not standing still. Apart from the desert, the sandstorm behind it was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed to be getting stronger and faster as it fled. In just a short while, Dahei felt a suction force from the sandstorm behind it. Dahei decided to stop running. It protected the 2 of its kind under its body and decided to resist the sandstorm alone. After all, it was a level 5 black mountain ape. When it broke through, it had received help from Lu Kuan. Its physical body was stronger than those of the same level. It did not think that such a powerful sandstorm could hurt it. Whoosh whoosh. All kinds of sounds of wind and sand filled its ears. The sand also fell on its body, giving it a slight, itchy feeling. These feelings made Dahei's somewhat slow mind temporarily forget that it was on a small island in the open sea and that it was really in the desert. For it, protecting the 2 of its kind that were only in the level 2 Black Mountain Ape realm was the most important thing. Dahei felt that after the time it took to eat a meal, the 3 of them were buried under a thick layer of sand. If a level 1 or level 2 monster was buried under such a thick layer of sand, it would be injured. However, Dahei's strength was more than 10,000 kilograms. With a burst of strength, it brought its people out of the sand. Seeing that the sandstorm was blowing away, Dahei could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just as Dahei relaxed, a black and white compass from a seemingly inconspicuous sand dune, with a violent aura, it fiercely flew towards Dahei's back. At the same time, there were 5 other magic tools of different powers that were aimed at the 2 of its clansmen. Although the attacks of these magic tools looked weak in the dark, its clansmen who were still unconscious had no way of defending themselves. Dang, dang, dang. Dahei's fists danced and easily made the 5 Black Mountain Apes dim. 2 of the Black Mountain Apes even had cracks on them. His back flashed with a thick layer of yellow light as he took the blow from the black and white compass. Following that, Dahei staggered. The monkey fist, which had suddenly expanded, turned around and bombarded the compass, sending it flying into the sand dune. Then, the compass seemed to have disappeared. There was no aura at all. Dahei's mouth had a trace of blood. His aura was also a little weak. It was obvious that after taking the blow, his body had suffered quite a bit of damage. Luckily, I was cautious and set up this 1,000 illusion array. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to deal with this powerful monster ape that has awakened its divine power. Not far away from Big Black, Zhai Xingzi stared at the pair of monkey fists that had grown tremendously. His expression was filled with surprise and excitement as he continued. After awakening the legendary Vast Fist, this demonic ape will be even more useful to Elder Punk. This time, Zhai Xingzi, will definitely exceed my expectations. Zhai Xingzi's lips curled up when he saw the Black Mountain ape carefully taking a defensive stance. A Black Mountain ape doesn't have the power of consciousness. Such a high-level illusion array is its nemesis. Next, I just need to use a few more techniques to severely injure it. Who knows, I might even be able to capture it alive. Zhai Xingzi's excitement aside, the 5 disciples behind him had already fallen to the ground. They were the ones who had activated their Black Mountain apes to attack the 2 fainted Black Mountain apes in an attempt to distract them. Who would have thought that this demon ape's majestic strength would almost shatter their Dharma artifacts? As their minds were connected, they all suffered some injuries. They couldn't even maintain the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation, and the transparent light shield disappeared. The few of you, hurry up and recover your dermic powers. This monster ape can't see through my illusion array. I'll need your help at the last moment. Hearing Zhai Xingzi's words, the 5 Foundation establishment disciples from the Star Moon Pavilion took out spiritual stones and elixirs to heal their injuries. Although they were injured, they were all extremely excited. This was a Black Mountain ape of the 5th level. If Zhai Xingzi could really capture alive, the few of them would receive even more rewards from the sect. Furthermore, from the looks of the situation just now, this Black Mountain ape was already severely injured. Seeing that his disciples had started to heal their injuries, Zhai Xingzi continued to control the illusion array. He was waiting for an opportunity to find out the monster ape's carelessness. After a short while, he saw Dahei suddenly hugging the 2 Black Mountain apes and rolling on the ground. It seemed like he was avoiding something. Zhai Xingzi's eyes lit up. He seized the opportunity and took out the compass magic treasure. However, Dahei, who was vigilant, sensed this attack with his spiritual sense. He quickly countered with his monkey fist. Bang! Bang! When a monkey fist collided with the compass, a sound was transmitted into Zhai Xingzi's ears. Just when he was puzzled, the light from the array that enveloped the small island suddenly disappeared. The array has lost its effect. How is this possible? Zhai Xingzi's expression changed drastically. However, before he could react, a man's roar was heard. Dahei now. When Dahei saw that he was back on the small island, he was slightly stunned. When he heard this familiar voice, he quivered. He raised his hands to the sky, and a blinding yellow light exploded from his chest. Then he smashed his huge monkey fist towards his chest. Bang, bang. 2 formless ripples spread outwards with an extremely dull sound. Zhai Xingzi, who had just put up a barrier of mana, immediately revealed a look of fear. He discovered that all the blood in his body was boiling, and he had completely lost control of his body. The Foundation establishment disciples behind him were even worse off. They all spat out blood, rolled their eyes, and fainted. Chapter 454. Zhai Xingzi was furious. Although Lu Kuan's appearance was different from before, Zhai Xingzi could still tell that he was the lone cultivator who had escaped from the Demon Island. However, this lone cultivator did not use the sphere. The weapon in his hand became a faint purple staff. This staff was as thick as a person's thigh and emitted a terrifying wave of energy. Putting aside the fact that Zhai Xingzi felt that this artifact had a trace of an artifact's aura, Lu Kuan's arms, which had expanded by several times, made him feel a frightening power. Zhai Xingzi was terrified. He immediately unleashed all of his spiritual sense. Although his body and dermic powers were no longer under his control, he could still use his spiritual sense. He wanted to use the powerful spiritual sense of an early core formation cultivator to suppress his opponent. No matter how strong this person was, under the influence of a core formation cultivator's spiritual sense, his attack would be greatly reduced. But then, Zhai Xingzi's eyes widened. He realized that his core formation cultivator's spiritual sense seemed to have passed through the air. The muscular man holding the staff was not affected at all. Then, the staff surrounded by purple lightning slammed into his dermic power shield. Crack! His thick dermic power shield seemed to have been attacked by a magic treasure of a cultivator of the same level as him. It turned into specks of stars and shattered. This made Zhai Xingzi's eyes widen. He roared in his heart. This is impossible. How can a late Foundation establishment cultivator unleash a magic treasures attack? He could not believe what he was seeing. But under the threat of death, Zhai Xingzi's survival instincts made him react in the best way possible. His spiritual sense, the only thing he could use, surged. The compass that had been hammered away by Blackie was quickly controlled and brought to him. His somewhat irritable divine sense power was frantically injected into it. Boom! With the help of his spiritual sense, a black and white 8 trigrams formation appeared on the outside of the compass. The 8 trigrams formation rotated continuously. It was very mysterious. It directly blocked the burly man's second violent attack. This man was, of course, Lu Kuan, who had been lying in ambush for a long time. His face was filled with astonishment. Not only was he shocked by Zhai Xingzi's quick reaction, he was even more shocked by the power of this compass magic treasure. The 8 trigrams formation that was manifested had a defensive power that was much stronger than Zhai Xingzi's mana barrier. It was as if it was a defensive magic treasure. The exchange between the two of them seemed to take a long time, but in reality, it had only taken 2 breaths. Dai's control god art has a very short duration. I can't break this defense in a short time. After understanding this, Lu Kuan's eyes flashed and a fist-sized purplish-black ball of lightning appeared in his hand. In an instant, it grew to the size of a watermelon. It was pushed forward by Lu Kuan. It was unknown whether it was because Lu Kuan's strength was unstable or the defensive power of Zhai Xingzi's 8 trigrams formation was too strong. After the watermelon-sized thunderball smashed into the formation, it did not bounce back. Instead, it fell to the ground right below the formation. Then, Lu Kuan's combined rod suddenly grew several times longer. If a blade was added, it would become a giant spear. Lu Kuan seemed to want to break through the surface with a single point and break the 8 trigrams formation. He shook the spear and stabbed it forward. BZZT. Just like the thunderball, Lu Kuan's rod slashed and the front part of it went down. It pierced in the ground below Zhai Xingzi's feet. I didn't hesitate to exhaust my divine sense to activate the greatest power of the 8 trigrams formation compass. Even a cultivator at the peak of the beginner stage of the core formation stage may not be able to break through my defense, much less a junior in the late stage of the foundation establishment stage like you. With this delay, Zhaixing's body finally regained its senses. After reactivating his mana barrier, he shouted at Lu Kuan, who had his head lowered in front of him. Then, he took out 4 to 5 talismans that were filled with green light. He threw them towards the black gorilla, who was still coughing up blood. These few talismans? They immediately turned into thick vines and tried to bind the Dahe. Zhaixing didn't count on these few middle-grade, top-grade talismans at all. What could they do to this black mountain gorilla? He only needed to stop it from releasing its previous supernatural powers. Zhaixing didn't believe that this terrifying, controlling supernatural power could be used multiple times. But if he did this, he would be more at ease to kill Lu Kuan. Throw out the talismans? Then, Zhaixing activated the surging mana of the core formation stage in his body. He was about to attack when the 8 trigrams formation compass's power was at its greatest. But Zhaixing suddenly realized that the man in front of him didn't have a trace of fear towards him after he regained control of his movement and mana. Instead, a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Zhaixing, who was on high alert, didn't attack for a moment. Instead, he stared at Lu Kuan in front of him. Lu Kuan suddenly raised his thick arms and clenched his fists. His fists, which were bigger than his head, smashed towards the ground. No, he wasn't smashing towards the ground. Instead, he was smashing towards the end of the spear-like staff. At this moment, Zhaixing suddenly realized that the watermelon-sized lightning ball from before was stuck under the staff. He immediately thought of something. Just as he was about to make a move, Lu Kuan's 2 fists, which contained 150,000 kilograms of brute force, smashed towards the raised end of the staff. Bang! The ground beneath Zhaixing's feet exploded. A faint purple staff shot up from below. With lightning speed, it smashed onto Zhaixing's protective shield. This attack not only shattered Zhaixing's defense, but the enormous power also sent him flying into the sky. Blood flowed from the corner of Zhaixing's mouth. Even though he had a core formation stage protective shield, he was still seriously injured by this attack. The principle of leverage combined with 150,000 kilograms of strength isn't something that a newly advanced core formation stage cultivator like you can withstand. Zhaixing, I'll let you taste the terrifying power of a viscera forging stage body cultivator. Lu Kuan roared towards his enemy, who was sent flying into the sky. Blinding purple lightning erupted from beneath his feet. Amidst the rumbling of thunder, he soared up into the sky. His hands had already separated the fused staff. At the same time, the pure lightning-attributed magic power in his body released bolts of lightning, which coiled around the 2 staffs. Zhaixing, who was in midair, didn't know what Lu Kuan meant by viscera forging stage body cultivators. However, he had already reached the most dangerous moment. Previously, Lu Kuan had used a trick to explode his strength. He had managed to escape the defense of the 8 trigrams formation. That attack, which was close to the power of an early core formation stage cultivator's magic treasure, had not only shattered his protective shield, but had also seriously injured him. At this moment, Zhaixing's body emitted waves of pain. It brought him back to 100 years ago, when he had yet to enter the immortal cultivation world. Seeing that Lu Kuan was chasing after him with a pair of weapons that seemed to be magical equipment, Zhaixing endured the swelling pain in his meridians and lowered the octagonal compass that was following him. Chapter 455. Boom! Boom! Wave after wave of attacks landed on Zhaixing's magic treasure. Although each attack was much weaker than an ordinary magic treasure, such a high frequency of attacks forced Zhaixing to continue pouring even more Fa into the magic treasure. Coupled with the strange injuries in his body, he was unable to escape through the air for a while. Just like that, the 2 of them rose 5,000 feet into the air. The mana in Lu Kuan's body was depleting rapidly. When he was only 5,000 feet into the air, he had less than 40% of his mana left. The skin on his legs was also charred black, as if he had been struck by lightning a few hundred times. Every time he attacked with a meteoric rod, there would be a strong reaction force. If he did not activate the thunder manipulation technique with all his might, he would not be able to attack Zhaixing Zi to such a height. This was also under the condition that Lu Kuan controlled his power very precisely, and the reaction force was weakened to the extreme. After so many rounds of attacks, the 8 trigrams formation on Zhaixing Zi's magic treasure gradually dissipated. The magic treasure's greatest power could not be maintained for too long without a stronger consciousness. Moreover, he still had to deal with Lu Kuan's attacks. Lu Kuan looked at Zhaixing Zi, who had reactivated his mana shield and was hiding behind the 8 trigrams compass. He revealed his white teeth, and his face was radiant. Then, the 2 rods in his hands disappeared. He opened his thick arms and hugged Zhaixing Zi tightly, as if he was hugging his lover. One had to know that Lu Kuan was already very burly, while Zhaixing Zi's body was 2 sizes smaller than him. Now that Lu Kuan had activated the arm connection Abijna, his arms had enlarged, and he could easily hug Zhaixing Zi, the compass, and his mana shield. At the same time, he did not hesitate to channel all the mana in his body into his hands. The power of lightning even penetrated Zhaixing Zi's defense and entered his body. This caused Zhaixing Zi's mana to be slightly disrupted. Then, Lu Kuan flipped over and used the remaining mana in his legs to activate the thunder manipulation technique. He charged towards the small island that had already become a black dot. Zhaixing Zi struggled with all his might. However, under the influence of Lu Kuan's strength and the power of thunder and lightning, he could not change the direction of his fall at all. Of course, if Zhaixing Zi retracted the mana that was controlling the magic treasure and stopped injecting mana into the mana shield, he would be able to use the escape technique and change his direction with all his remaining mana. However, if he did that, he might be crushed by Lu Kuan's arms in the next moment. Zhaixing Zi, who cherished his life, was hesitant. At this moment, the lightning on Lu Kuan's feet had already disappeared. At this moment, the acceleration had already reached the result he wanted. The remaining transcendence energy was channeled into his palms. Together with his terrifying strength, he continued to control Zhaixing Zi. On the island, Big Black had already broken free from the vines. At this moment, he was looking at Lu Kuan with a fervent expression as he descended from the sky with the core formation stage human cultivator. Lu Kuan had already told about this move. However, the Dahe did not take it to heart. To it, there was no meaning in using other forces to attack the opponent. However, right now, just the rumbling sound of friction in the air caused by Lu Kuan's descent was enough to make the Black Mountain ape's blood boil. This was the attack that a strong physical body should be able to do. The Dahe then remembered how it had fought alongside Lu Kuan. Its eyes brightened. It did not care about the injuries in its body and the blood essence that it had already released once. How Quan faced the sky and suddenly hammered at its chest. This time, it only let out a muffled sound, and a formless wave just happened to be transmitted to Lu Kuan and the other person who were falling down. Then, the 2 human cultivators smashed into the small island. Boom! The scattered trees on the small island were directly shattered by the impact of the fall. A small mushroom cloud of dust flew into the sky. The entire island was like a volcano that was about to erupt. It shook incessantly, causing the surrounding seawater to churn. The sea breeze blew, and the sand and dust dispersed. Lu Kuan stood up shakily, and at his feet was a badly mutilated and deformed corpse. The Dahe felt the disappearance of the enemy's aura. It let out a fervent roar. Its eyes were full of excitement. It finally knew why Lu Kuan told it about this move. Because even if it used the Hao Quan divine ability to bombard the small island, it would not be able to cause such great damage. This meant that Lu Kuan's attack just now had already surpassed its own. If it used this move, it would be able to display even greater power. The Dahe even imagined the scene of it falling from the sky with the sea bear in its arms. If Lu Kuan knew what the Dahe was thinking, he would definitely scold it for being an idiot. The sea bear's strength was completely on par with the Dahe's. Moreover, The physical defenses of the two monsters were about the same. If they fell together, the damage they suffered would be about the same. It would be meaningless. Lu Kuan's move was specially created to deal with cultivators with weak physical bodies. Back in the year when he was competing in the Yang clan's weapon refining peak, he used this move to defeat his opponent. Now that his strength had greatly increased, and with the cooperation of the Dahe, he could even directly kill a core formation cultivator. Not bad. After entering the Viscera forging stage, falling from such a high altitude only caused me to be slightly shaken. Under the circulation of my spiritual power and blood, I have already recovered. The external muscles and bones suffered the most damage. The muscles were injured quite severely, and the bones in my arms were slightly cracked. However, these injuries should be able to recover in half a day. Lu Kuan was very satisfied with his attack from the sky this time, although in the end, it was because the Dahe had controlled the star plucking child for a moment that he was able to successfully kill him. However, without the help of the Dahe, Lu Kuan believed that even if the star plucking child did not die, he would have been seriously injured. With the Dahe by his side, the star plucking child would still be a dead man. After Lu Kuan muttered a few words, a little monkey jumped out of the sea beside the island. It carried 2 long silver sticks on its back and winked at Lu Kuan. Lu Kuan laughed, and a light flashed in his hand. In a corner of the island, a purple-black thunderball flew out. It turned out that he was underwater and let Xiao Jin hold the wishful meteoric iron staff and wait for the opportunity to move. The star-plucking child, who was focused on controlling the illusion array, of course did not notice Xiao Jin, who could also hide his demonic spiritual power. Lu Kuan, who was outside the array, relied on the power of the golden eyes to observe the star-plucking child's movements clearly. Seizing the opportunity, under the joint attack of Xiao Jin's twin sticks and his thunderball, he shattered one of the array magic tools. Although Lu Kuan was not proficient in Dharma arrays, he had learned the importance of setting up Dharma arrays during the battle at the Shangqing sect. Generally, as long as the Dharma arrays were broken, the Dharma arrays would be useless. Lu Kuan, who had witnessed the star-plucking child array, naturally knew the position of each magic tool. Finally, after the Dahe injured the Foundation establishment disciples, Lu Kuan made his move. Chapter 456. These people have woken up. Just as Lu Kuan was thinking about the battle just now, 2 groans entered his ears. He saw that the man and woman he had saved before had woken up first. These 2 people had the strongest Dharma powers among the disciples of the Star Moon Pavilion. Even though they had woken up now, their minds were still a little sluggish and their bodies were a little sluggish. The controlling power of the level 5 Black Mountain Ape was not something they could contend against. Hey, you're that senior? When the woman saw Lu Kuan, she let out a soft cry of surprise. Her eyes were a little dazed, but then she was nudged twice by the man beside her. Only then did the woman realize that there was a deformed corpse at Lu Kuan's feet. From the robe on the corpse, she could tell that it was their core bearing stage uncle, Zhai Xingzi. Gulp! The man and woman swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty and roared in their hearts. Didn't Uncle say that he was only in the late stage of the Foundation establishment stage? Uncle was actually killed in his own magic formation. If this person is not a core-bearing stage cultivator, then what else can he be? Lu Kuan looked at the 2 frightened people and sighed. It's a pity that you saw Zhai Xingzi die in my hands. Xiao Jin, get rid of them. After he finished speaking, he ignored Xiao Jin, who had rushed up to fight, and the man and woman who were in a panic. He walked to the side of Zhai Xingzi's corpse and collected the scattered storage bags in his hands. This spiritual beast bag? When Lu Kuan grabbed one of the spiritual beast bags, he felt a familiar aura within. He immediately opened it. With a flash of white light, several talismans were stuck on Zhai Xingzi's body. A silver-spotted leopard appeared on ground. Feeling Zhai Xingzi's breath of life, Lu Kuan heaved a sigh of relief. He activated the remaining Dharma powers and pulled out the talismans. Blue and green lights flashed on his left and right hand respectively. He pressed them on the leopard's body. Lu Kuan split the purple Dharma powers of thunder into liquid water and wood to help Zhai Xingzi recover. After a while, the dizzy little silver-spotted leopard regained its senses. It immediately jumped out, its tail raised, and the silver fur on its body stood up. It immediately entered a battle stance. When Junior Leopard saw Lu Kuan, his little face drooped, and even his ears folded, as if he was a child who had made a mistake. Lu Kuan walked forward and patted Junior Leopard's head, saying, "Little fellow, don't be so dejected. Right now, you're still far from being a match for a core formation cultivator. It's already very good that you can keep your life. Don't worry, Dahe and I have already eliminated that guy." Meow. Xiao Hui's eyes flashed with regret. He was upset that he had followed Su Tianquan for so long, but he couldn't even see through such a simple trap. Although Lu Kuan did not speak the same language as Xiao Hui, he had been with it for many years and was very familiar with this little silver-spotted leopard. After thinking for a bit, he knew what this little guy was thinking. In fact, it could be seen from Xiao Hui's growth that it spent most of its time in a comfortable environment and was spoiled by Su Tianquan and the big leopard. Although it had experienced the same thing as Lu Kuan and the others, and its elders had all died, the recent years of peace had allowed it to return to a comfortable state. Thinking of this, Lu Kuan's face became serious, saying, "Xiao Hui, since you know that you were careless and fell into Zhai Xingzi's trap, you should learn from it. And for so many years, your strength has been improving slowly. It was only recently that you improved because of the stimulation from the sandstar worm's meat." Seeing the shame in Junior Leopard's eyes, Lu Kuan added fuel to the fire, saying, "Don't forget that our goal is to eliminate the miraculous gate. You should know that your mother and Uncle Su Tianquan both died at the hands of the miraculous gate's core formation cultivators. If you don't improve your strength quickly, I'm afraid that when we take revenge, you can only deal with the Foundation Establishment disciples." Lu Kuan's words struck a chord in Little Gray's heart. The little leopard let out a ferocious roar. Ignoring the remaining injuries on its body, it rushed towards the battle at the side. Originally, it was easy for Xiao Jin to deal with the two injured Foundation Establishment early-stage cultivators, but did not expect that the others would wake up. These people burned their Dharma power, and their attacking power was not weak. Moreover, Xiao Jin had to prevent them from escaping, so it did not kill anyone for a while. At this time, Xiao Hui rushed in and helped to pin down the two Xingyue Pavilion disciples. Xiao Jin immediately freed up its hands and used its rapid speed and the power of the wishful meteoric iron staff in its hand to easily kill the three Foundation Establishment early-stage cultivators. "Okay, Xiao Jin, come back. Xiao Hui can deal with them." Lu Kuan could see that Xiao Hui's mood was complicated. Otherwise, it would not have exchanged injuries to fight with the last two human cultivators. If the little monkey intervened, it would make Xiao Hui angry. Fortunately, these two human cultivators had their celestial devices almost destroyed by the Dahe. Their physical injuries were still there, and they had also been controlled by the Dahe, so their strength was greatly reduced. Xiao Hui ignored the injuries on its body and finally used its sharp claws to tear open their throats, killing all the cultivators of the Xingyue Pavilion who came out this time. After the little silver-spotted leopard killed the two Foundation Establishment early-stage cultivators, it could no longer hold on and fainted. Lu Kuan shook his head and was somewhat relieved. He said, "Xiao Jin, take care of Xiao Hui. I'll deal with this." Then, he threw out a bolt of purple lightning and wiped out the deformed corpses on the ground. Then, he walked towards the position of the five Xingyue Pavilion disciples. Lu Kuan's eyes flashed with a pale golden light. He took out the 5 formation discs that were set up here from the ground one by one. He muttered, "The transparent, defensive formation from before looked very exquisite. It must be a piece of good quality." Then, he kept the formation discs in his bag and picked up the storage pouches of the Xingyue Pavilion disciples one by one. Although the body refining pavilion had the cultivation resources provided by the treasure pavilion, in the future, if they really developed disciples, relying on the treasure pavilion alone would be far from enough. The materials and spirit stones in these storage pouches would eventually become the cultivation resources of the body refining pavilion. Yeah, this is the jade scroll that introduces the use of the formation. Lu Kuan scanned the storage pouches of the Xingyue Pavilion disciples. Suddenly, his expression changed. A jade scroll appeared in his hand, and he sank his divine sense into it. It's actually the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation. He immediately exclaimed. This formation was the famous formation of the Xingyue Pavilion. Even though he had not been in the kingdom of Chu for long, he had heard of it like thunder. So if it's a replica, Lu Kuan's excited expression lessened slightly. However, he was still very excited. Even if it's a replica, you can't buy it on the market. Every time a powerful formation from the Xingyue Pavilion appears, it will be sold at a high price at the Abyss auction house. There are many disciples from the 10 great sects who bid for it. The most important things to the immortal cultivators in the Abyss City were weapons, talismans, and so on. However, high-quality formations were equally important. For example, just now, Zhai Xingzi had the help of a high-level illusion formation. If Lu Kuan did not appear, then Dahe would have been exhausted to death in the end. It needs 5 different foundation establishment cultivators to activate it. Aren't my 5 disciples very suitable? Later, let Senior Brother Qin study this jade scroll. Among us, only Senior Brother has some understanding of formations. Chapter 457. Lu Kuan's eyes finally landed on the octagonal compass stuck in the ground. He extended his hand and grabbed it. He squinted his eyes. Even if other completion-leveled cultivators were to get their hands on this treasure, they wouldn't be able to unleash its full potential. Moreover, this magic treasure contains a unique formation. I'm afraid that it would require the cultivation methods of the Star Moon Pavilion. Lu Kuan, won't be able to use it either. However, when I return, I can dismantle it and find Xiao Hongfei to help me refine the precious treasures inside. These high-quality materials are what we lack the most right now. After putting away the magic treasure, Lu Kuan also briefly checked Zhai Xingzi's storage pouch. He discovered that most of the items inside were formation discs. As for the other materials, magic tools, and spirit stones, they weren't particularly rich for a core formation cultivator. In fact, they were a little shabby. This was because there were only a mere 2,000 mid-tier spirit stones. This made Lu Kuan very disappointed. However, after thinking about it briefly, he understood. Normally, core formation stage cultivators would spend more than 10 years in the core formation stage, collecting materials from magic treasures. However, Zhai Xingzi was able to refine a magic treasure in such a short period of time. One could imagine the price he had to pay. It was understandable that he had so little wealth on him. All right, there are also the formation tools around the island. The illusion formation that can make Dahe lose himself in it is probably the most powerful formation in Zhai Xingzi's possession. When he thought of this, Lu Kuan leapt forward and collected all of the formation tools on the island. He even collected the fragments that he had shattered. There were also formation masters on the Abyss Island. He could let Zhu Xiaofeng walk around and see if he could repair it. Finally, after cleaning up all traces of cultivators on the island, Lu Kuan summoned the Silver Dragon Spirit Shuttle. He brought the injured Dahe, the unconscious Silver Spot Leopard, the 2 Black Mountain Apes, and Xiao Jin with him as he shot towards Crescent Moon Island. When he was halfway there, he saw the middle-aged Black Mountain Ape with a cultivation of 6th rank flying towards him. This steady chimpanzee was shocked to see that Dahe's injuries weren't light. After hearing Lu Kuan's explanation, he let out a sigh of relief and expressed his gratitude to Lu Kuan through Xiao Jin. This middle-aged Black Mountain Ape wasn't young and had interacted with human cultivators before. He knew that these people were insatiable. Black Mountain Apes, because they were famous for killing nascent soul cultivators. Now that this group of human cultivators had been completely annihilated, the cultivators outside would most likely be on high alert once they found out about this and would not invade in the near future. After entering the cave, Lu Kuan was a little stunned. Other than the old chimpanzee and the other two fifth-rank Black Mountain apes, there were 8 chimpanzees of different shapes and fur. Among these chimpanzees, there were 5 female chimpanzees, all of whom were at the peak of the 4th rank. The female chimpanzees looked at Lu Kuan kindly. The old chimpanzee had already told them about Lu Kuan's help to the Black Mountain apes. Lu Kuan felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by the female chimpanzees. Fortunately, the old chimpanzee spoke up at this moment with a puzzled tone. "Blackie, why are you injured? Did a few sea bears come to cause trouble?" Seeing that Dahe was a little hesitant, Lu Kuan began to explain. Hearing that these human cultivators used the sandstar worm meat to attract its clansmen, the old chimpanzee pondered. In the end, when Lu Kuan said that he killed all of them, it didn't relax like the middle-aged chimpanzee. The old chimpanzee's white eyebrows furrowed even deeper as it murmured, "For so many years, no human cultivators have any ideas about us. Now, they suddenly appeared. Does the outside world know that we don't have any transformation-level cultivators? No. From now on, you fellows must hurry up and enter cultivation retreat to break through your bottlenecks." Although we had Lu Kuan's help this time to kill off these human cultivators, this is only the first batch. More will come later. When the human cultivators find out that we don't have any 8th rank transformation level cultivators, it will be time for nascent soul cultivators to come. Lu Kuan will gather all of our clansmen during this period of time. I see that you have other missions this time. Come back after you break through. The old gorilla's expression was very serious as he continued. Lu Kuan will gather all of our clansmen in the future. Lu Kuan asked worriedly, "What if more human cultivators come? Although I, Lu Kuan, haven't entered the next major realm, my combat power is at least equal to a 5th-rank demon beast." The old chimpanzee was overflowing with murderous intent as it pounded its chest and said, "Don't worry, little Six and I will personally guard the island. As long as the cultivators who come are not at the nascent soul stage, we will kill them all." The little Six that the old chimpanzee mentioned was the middle-aged chimpanzee, the only 6th-rank Black Mountain ape on the island. Lu Kuan nodded silently. He completely believed the old chimpanzee's words. He had already experienced the power of Dahe's ability in battle. The old chimpanzee was nearing the end of its lifespan. Judging from the lifespan of demon beasts that far exceeded that of humans, this Black Mountain ape was very likely to have lived for nearly 1,000 years. Its strength had reached the peak of the 7th rank, and its combat experience was definitely much richer than Lu Kuan's. With such strength, coupled with the vast fist and control ability that it had refined for many years, and the help of the 6th-rank Black Mountain ape, even a nascent soul cultivator would suffer a great loss if they were careless. Lu Kuan also heard from the old chimpanzee that the sea bear clan would only act after it died. It seemed that this old chimpanzee still had some means that even the 8th-rank demon beast would be afraid of. "All right, then Lu Kuan won't disturb you, Senior. Don't worry, I will keep my promise no matter if I break through or not within 100 years." After saying that, Lu Kuan patted the storage bag on his waist. 2 fat 4th-rank sandstar worms' bodies and a jade bottle that emitted powerful chi and blood appeared in front of him. He said in a low voice, "I want to hunt some sandstar worms. These are for you, Senior. They should be of some use to your breakthrough. After the last bottle of essence blood, it's for you to replenish your chi and blood." From the old chimpanzee's tone, Lu Kuan felt that the Black Mountain ape was in danger. Besides leaving a bottle of essence blood in case of an emergency, he also gave the other bottle to the old chimpanzee. After all, the old chimpanzee's chi and blood were much weaker than when he was in his prime. His essence blood might not be stronger than the old chimpanzee's, but contained the bloodline power of the long-armed giant ape, which would definitely be of help to the old chimpanzee. The old chimpanzee nodded slightly and accepted Lu Kuan's gifts. "All right, you can go now." Then, under Dahe's reluctant gaze, Lu Kuan took Xiao Jin and Junior Leopard out. Then, he controlled the Silver Dragon's spiritual shuttle and shot out. Seeing that Lu Kuan had left, the old chimpanzee began to assign tasks to the other Black Mountain apes. These 8 fourth-ranked demonic apes would do closed-door training together in this cave. The demonic chi that the old chimpanzee released with his level 7 demonic spiritual power had little effect on their breakthrough. It would patrol the Crescent Moon Island with the middle-aged chimpanzee. Dahe and the other 2 fifth-ranked Black Mountain apes would guard outside the waterfall until someone among their tribe successfully broke through 3 years later. Chapter 458. The sea area between the state of Chu and the state of Qi was known as the border between the Dead Sea and the Chaotic Sea. There was an underwater abyss with 3 cultivators at the bottom of the abyss. 2 of them were old men with similar appearances. They were the famously brothers of the Scarlet Refining Sect. Their bodies were emitting a thick barrier of magic power, isolating them from the seawater. Their eyes were fixed on the middle-aged man in front of them. It was Tian Renjia whose soul had changed. Tian Renjia's body was covered in a layer of faint black barrier, isolating him from the seawater. In front of him was a circular spell plate with a black token inlaid on it. The word demon was written on the front. What made the Li brothers feel strange was that this spell plate was only a magic tool, but was emitting a very strange aura. Under Tian Renjia's control, not only did the demonic chi appear within the formation plate, the Li brothers also noticed that there seemed to be some demonic chi within the formation plate. They didn't know if it was just their imagination, but they also noticed that the formation plate seemed to contain some demonic chi as well. In front of the spell plate was a huge cave entrance. It was 50 to 60 feet tall and 30 to 40 feet wide. If one looked carefully, they would be able to see that there was a layer of faint silver, transparent barrier outside the cave entrance. At this moment, Tian Renjia's eyes were tightly closed. His hands were forming a complicated spell seal, shooting out rays of black light towards the spell plate. Not long after, the word demon, in the middle of this strange spell plate, shot out a deep black light, bombarding the faint silver barrier. With a rip sound, the silver barrier revealed an opening that was big enough for one person to pass through. Inside was a pitch-black cave that was impossible to see the depth of. For some reason, even with the Li brothers' core formation spiritual sense, they were unable to probe too deeply. Haha, it's been successfully opened. I can already sense the demon chi inside. You too, I'll take my leave first. Tian Renjia was able to use the spiritual sense transmission technique that only core formation cultivators could use. A joyful voice directly appeared in the minds of the Li brothers. Soon after, Tian Renjia's figure flashed and stepped in, leaving behind the somewhat hesitantly brothers. The eldest brother of the Li family quietly looked at the opening of the barrier. After a moment of silence, he transmitted his voice, "Second brother, let's go in as well." Next to him, the second son of the Li family said hesitantly, "Big brother, from the looks of it, this guy seems to be very familiar with this place. Will we be in danger if we go in?" Li Clan's eldest brother shook his head. "Don't worry. After all these years of being together, I've already figured out this guy's strength. He seems to be at the peak of the foundation building realm. He's only one step away from the core formation realm." Soon after, Li Clan's eldest brother frowned and said, "However, his aura is similar to that of a cultivator who's about to break through to the core formation realm. He's in his 3rd year of cultivation. This state can only be maintained during cultivation when he's looking for an opportunity to condense his gold core. What's strange is that this guy can maintain this state under normal circumstances. We are afraid of him because the demonic arts he cultivates are not to be underestimated. The demonic chi in his body is pure, and he has a deep understanding of our arts. However, in a real battle, he should be able to barely deal with one of us." The Li family's second son's expression relaxed slightly. "Since Big Brother said so, it shouldn't be wrong. Let's go in as well." "Huh? The opening is getting smaller." Seeing that the opening created by Tian Renjia was getting smaller, the Li brothers immediately circulated their transcendence energy and entered the opening in a flash. Not long after, the light silver barrier was restored to its original state. From the outside, It looked like an ordinary underwater abyss cave. The three of them searched this area of the sea for many days before finally discovering the strange cave in the abyss at the border between the ocean of death and the ocean of chaos. This light silver restriction was incomparably marvelous. Even with their core formation realm divine sense, they couldn't find anything out of the ordinary when they scanned it. They had to get closer and use their naked eyes to observe the restriction outside the cave. However, the bottom of the sea was incomparably dark. The Lee brothers didn't have the spirit eye divine ability, so the one who truly discovered this cave was Tion Rengia. He had a way to break this restriction, which led to the previous scene. After the Lee brothers entered the restriction, they were surrounded by incomparably dark seawater. However, the seawater inside made them feel somewhat comfortable. After careful inspection, they discovered that there was a trace of devil chi in the seawater. This made the two of them happy. This meant that Tion Rengia didn't find the wrong place. If the seawater outside the cave contained devil chi, wouldn't there be even more in the depths? Thus, the spiritual light outside their bodies shone brightly, and they quickly shot into the cave. The Lee brothers continued to move forward in the seawater, and the devil chi in the seawater became denser and denser. Although their speed wasn't slow, they still couldn't catch up to Tion Rengia. After moving forward for another 70 to 80 miles, the Lee brothers were even more astonished by the vastness of this cave. They lived near the ocean, so they had explored some of the secret places at the bottom of the sea before. There wasn't a single cave that was this deep. As they continued to move forward, they finally found Tion Rengia at the end of the cave. Splash! The two of them immediately swam up, leaving the seawater and coming into contact with the air. It turned out that above the end of this cave was an underground cave without any seawater. At this moment, Tion Rengia was standing at the edge of this pool of water. Seeing the Lee brothers coming out of the water, he chuckled and said, "Could it be that the two of you still have doubts about me? You came so late. Now that you're here, you should know that I'm not lying." The Lee brothers' expressions were a bit awkward, but they immediately felt the extremely dense devil chi in the surroundings. The crimson devil art in their bodies seemed to be automatically activated by the devil chi in the surroundings. They didn't care about Tion Rengia's ridicule and used their divine senses to explore their surroundings. This was an underground cave that extended in all directions. In front of them, there were 3 forks. The pure devil chi came from these 3 bottomless passageways. Next, they observed the walls of the cave and discovered that the walls here were the same as the seawater cave from before. They were protected by a layer of silver restriction. They had already tried this restriction at the outermost entrance of the cave. With their core formation strength, they couldn't break it at all. "Brother Tion, is this the secret place you were talking about?" As expected, it's filled with pure devil chi. The eldest Lee brother sighed with emotion after inspecting the surroundings. Tion Rengia chuckled and said, "Of course, we're only at the entrance of the Devil's Denver. The space behind is extremely large. It's more than enough to move the entire Crimson Devil sect here." The second Lee brother looked at the 3 tunnels filled with devil chi in front of him and said with some hesitation, "Secret places like this usually have all kinds of restrictions and traps. Won't there be danger behind?" "Haha, since Brother Lee is afraid, you can stay here. After all, the devil chi here is barely enough for the 2 of you to cultivate." Chapter 459. Sensing that the Lee brothers didn't follow him, Tion Rengia slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a somewhat mocking smile, and continued to walk forward. Because of the silver restriction, the power of core formation stage Cultivator's divine sense was limited, and they couldn't explore too far. After walking for a while, Tion Rengia patted the spirit beast pouch on his waist. With a flash of black light, a badger-type demonic beast with black fur and sharp purple-black claws appeared in front of him. It was the same badger-type demonic beast that had been infused with devil chi on Demon Island. Its current demonic spiritual energy had already reached the peak of a Class 4 demonic beast. Just by looking at its fur and claws, one could tell that its attack power was even stronger than ordinary badger-type demonic beasts. Ordinary badger-type demonic beasts had extremely strong battle prowess, and this one that had been catalyzed by Tionringia was emitting a brutal and sharp aura. Perhaps it could even fight against a Class 5 demonic beast in the water at the peak of Class 4. Tionringia patted the badger-type demonic beast's head and praised, "Your aptitude is indeed not bad. After being catalyzed by devil chi, your demonic spiritual energy will gradually be demonized. When you become a Class 5 demonic beast, the demonic core formed will be a combination of the two. In this way, once you become a Class 5 demonic beast, your strength will even be able to deal with intermediate core formation stage cultivators." Roar! The badger-type demonic beast let out an excited roar. After summoning the badger-type demonic beast, Tionringia continued to walk inside. Not long after, he encountered another fork. However, he seemed to be familiar with the road here. Every time he came to a fork, he would choose one without hesitation. Sometimes he would choose the one in the middle, and sometimes he would choose another direction. After passing through about 6 forks, Tionringia arrived in front of a small passage. There was a light barrier outside this passage. Tionringia was familiar with this place. He took out his array plate, cast a spell, and calmly opened the restriction and walked in. Behind the restriction was a spacious cave that was several hundred feet in size. There was a pool in the middle of the cave, which was half filled with purplish-black liquid. Waves of pure demonic chi were emanating from the pool. Beside the pool were 8 strange-looking skeletal corpses. These skeletons looked no different from human cultivators. However, they were much larger. Black bone spurs grew out from the joints of these skeletons. Even the fingertips of these skeletons shone with a sharp luster. After Tionringia looked at these skeletons, he sighed and said, "Their cultivation is not high. In such a closed environment, even with the nourishment of the devil's pool, they can't survive until now." Then, he sensed the devil chi here, and his expression gradually recovered. This is what I call demonic energy. Although it is slightly inferior compared to the demonic energy in the demon abyss, there is no power here that is suppressing my cultivation base. My cultivation base will recover quickly. With the help of the devil's pool, I will soon reach the core formation stage. Then, Tionringia looked at the 8 skeletons. His eyes flashed with a sharp glint as he said, "You were originally my servants. Now that you are skeletons, follow me as well." After saying this, Tionringia's hand flashed with black light, and all the skeletons were put into his storage pouch. He muttered, "After being nourished by the devil's pool for so many years, these skeletons have already become materials for refining demonic artifacts. It just so happens that I can use them after I break through." Then, Tionringia spread out his spiritual sense and carefully examined the cave. Soon, he revealed a disappointed expression. Human cultivators are really cunning. They didn't leave behind anything useful. Otherwise, as long as there is a heavenly treasure with a bit of spirituality, after being nourished by the devil chi for so many years, it would definitely become a peak-grade devil Dao treasure. What a pity. Tionringia stood there in a daze for a while. Then he said to the excited, fierce badger beside the devil's pool, "You stay at the entrance of the cave and protect me. When I break through, I will help you enter the ranks of Class 5 demonic beasts and officially become a devil beast." After saying this, Tionringia withdrew his robe. Large amounts of black light emitted from his body and covered his body. Then, he jumped into the devil's pool. As for Brotherly, he also began to explore this maze-like devil's denver. Outside the chaotic sea of Chu, there was a silver spirit shuttle floating in the air. A square-faced man with short hair, thick eyebrows, and big eyes stood on the shuttle. His eyes flashed with golden light as he carefully examined the sea before him. There was also a small yellow monkey and a small silver leopard on the shuttle. These 2 demonic beasts were sitting on the shuttle with their eyes closed and cultivating. They were Lu Kuan's group that left the Black Mountain Apes territory. Lu Kuan withdrew his golden eye god ability and muttered, "So this is the chaotic sea. The aura inside is really very mixed. Other than spirit chi, demonic chi, there's also a lot of devil chi. Normal cultivators can't absorb such a mix of spirit chi. If they absorb it into their body, it will be easy for them to go crazy. Then, Lu Kuan looked at the two demonic beasts that were still cultivating. He was quite pleased. The biggest game this time is that these two little guys are starting to cultivate. Xiao Jin's talent is needless to say. The power of his bloodline is strong, and his cultivation of the body refining art is progressing very quickly. As a silver spot leopard, little Gray's bloodline is not bad at all. This little guy is working hard, and his cultivation progress is not slow. However, they can't risk cultivating in the chaotic sea later. I can't use my magic power recklessly. Lu Kuan muttered and woke up the two demonic beasts. He put them into the spirit beast pouch and controlled the silver dragon spirit shuttle to descend into the sea below. Then, he put away the spirit shuttle and jumped into the sea with a splash. He used his hands and feet to swim on the sea surface. Lu Kuan actually wanted to swim all the way. He had his reasons for doing so. In the chaotic sea, there was no way to replenish magic power through spirit chi. He could only find a place to set up an isolation formation and use spirit stones to recover. If he ran out of magic power and encountered the chaotic sea's chaotic storm, he would be in trouble. Lu Kuan specially investigated before coming. The chaotic sea's chaotic sea was a terrifying natural disaster caused by the mutual rejection of spirit chi, demonic chi, and devil chi. Under the influence of these three types of energy, this storm was comparable to a high-level spell, and it was a high-level spell that affected groups. If a normal core formation cultivator was accidentally sucked in, they would die without a doubt. Lu Kuan obviously had to be careful. He simply relied on the strength and stamina of a body cultivator to swim hundreds to thousands of miles. The magic power in his body was used to deal with this chaotic sea. Relying on the Imperial Thunder escape technique, or the Silver Dragon Spirit Shuttle's terrifying speed, he should be able to escape in time when he discovered the chaotic sea. Chapter 460. Somewhere in the chaotic sea, the wind was calm and the waves were calm. The fog above the sea was a mixture of three colors. Suddenly, the fog started to roll. The black part of it seemed to be attracted by something and floated into the sea. The originally calm surface of the sea also became turbulent, and the sound of surging waves gradually came from a distance. Not long after, huge waves rushed over from afar, and behind the waves was a terrifying hurricane that blotted out the sky and covered the sun. This hurricane seemed to have stirred up the surrounding fog, mixing the three colors of white, yellow, and black. If one looked carefully, one would find that close to the sea, in front of the waves, there was an escape light emitting purple light flying quickly, but compared to the waves and hurricanes behind it, it was not much bigger than an ant. As time passed, the hurricane's speed was still steadily increasing, and the speed of the purple escape light in front had stabilized. At present, the speed of the two was almost the same, but because the range of the tricolored hurricane was very wide, as long as the purple escape light flew slightly forward or to the side, it would immediately be sucked in by the hurricane that covered the sky. This purple escape light was Lu Kuan. At this time, he looked very unlucky. His original plan was to swim on the sea, and if the chaotic storm appeared, he could dive into the deep sea to avoid the storm or use the Imperial Thunder escape technique to fly away at any time. But many things in the world happened very coincidentally. Just as he swam for dozens of miles, he suddenly felt some cold and brutal energy under the sea. It was a large amount of devil chi, and when this devil chi appeared, the spirit chi and demon chi on the sea seemed to be stimulated and rushed desperately to the devil chi. The location of the conflict between the two sides happened to be above the sea. If Lu Kuan dived at this time, he would encounter the devil chi soaring into the sky. In the sea, this kind of astronomical phenomenon was barely enough, and his current strength was not worth mentioning. Finally, under the pressure formed by the storm, Lu Kuan had to fly away on the sea. After personally experiencing the initial stage of the formation of the chaotic storm, Lu Kuan knew that the power of the storm formed naturally in the immortal cultivation world was not something he could imagine. Just from the beginning, the clash of the chaotic auras around him had already caused his blood and chi to churn. His body had suffered some minor injuries, and this was because Lu Kuan's body was extremely strong. If an ordinary cultivator happened to be in the center of this chaotic storm, they would have been crushed to death by the three kinds of violent energy between heaven and earth. Damn it, I was too close to it at the beginning. Now I can only escape in the direction it's heading. My chi is limited. This completion-leveled speed cannot be maintained for too long. Lu Kuan could feel his magic power draining away, and his heart was filled with bitterness. Although he had inquired about some information about the chaotic storm, it was just a rumor spread by some immortal cultivators. Those who had observed the chaotic storm up close were either nascent soul cultivators like Ancestor Fong, or cultivators who had been killed by this violent phenomenon. Boom! Just as Lu Kuan was secretly worried, his purple light suddenly hit an invisible light screen. Under such speed, he saw stars and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. With such a delay, the chaotic storm behind him was about to hit him with sky-high waves. Lu Kuan felt the violent power behind him, and his face turned pale. At such a critical moment, he suddenly remembered something. A spiritual light flashed in his hand, and a pitch-black token appeared. He infused his magic power into it, and the invisible seal in front of him melted into it like water. Then, the violent waves and the three-colored storm bombarded the transparent seal. Boom, boom, boom. The waves were so high, and the force was shocking, but they still couldn't shake the transparent seal. Plus, the storm behind him couldn't break it. However, if Lu Kuan was here and used his golden eyes to observe carefully, he would find that the chaotic storm began to weaken after encountering the invisible seal. The spiritual chi and demonic aura inside were stripped from the storm and integrated into the seal. Then, silver lights appeared in the seal. These silver lights rushed to the demonic aura from the chaotic storm, and the two melted silently. In this way, the chaotic storm gradually dissipated under the obstruction of this silver seal. After a while, the nearby seawater gradually calmed down, and the slightly silver seal became transparent again. From afar, there was nothing in this sea area. At this time, Lu Kuan didn't know that the chaotic storm that made him unable to resist was wiped out by the seal. At this time, his eyes were wide open, and he stared blankly at the scene in front of him, even ignoring the injuries on his body. He was at the top of a small mountain. It was a small platform, and he could see the scene outside the mountain. With his golden eyes, he saw a large circular island from afar. Spirit descending platform. Yes, except that it's half the size. It's exactly the same as the spirit descending platform on the Demon Island. It seems that this is the place that Ancestor Fong was talking about. Lu Kuan murmured. The spiritual chi here is almost half the level of the Demon Island, but even so, it's several times denser than the Yang clan. Ancestor Fong really found a secret place for the development of the sect. Lu Kuan's voice trembled, and it has its own forbidden formation. With his golden eyes, he couldn't detect the existence of the seal outside. It could be imagined that the seal that enveloped this secret place was definitely at the level of a forbidden formation. By the way, if I'm not wrong, the chaotic storm should have hit the invisible seal outside. Lu Kuan thought of the storm that had completely reached the level of an advanced spell. He turned his head and found that the fog behind him was very calm, without any signs of breaking. This means that the seal protecting this place can at least withstand the attack of a nascent soul stage cultivator. Knowing this, Lu Kuan took out the Silver Dragon Spirit Shuttle and released Xiao Jin and Xiao Hui. As soon as the two beasts came out, they noticed the rich spiritual chi in the surroundings. Their expressions were as surprised as Lu Kuan. Looking at their expressions, Lu Kuan laughed and said, "The situation here is basically exactly as Ancestor Fong described. Next, let's explore this small island. If what Ancestor Fong said is true, in addition to the rich spiritual chi, there's also demonic chi. If that's the case, you two little guys are going to be happy." After saying that, Lu Kuan activated all his mana and began to patrol the small island with the two beasts. Although he was very excited, He didn't dare to be careless when exploring. Ancestor Fong said that there was no one else on this small island. However, if other nascent soul stage old monsters happened to enter during these years, it would be bad. Xiao Jin, use your full strength. This small island is definitely much smaller than the Demon Island. If there are other high-level cultivators, we must be the first to notice. Chapter 461. Lu Kuan led Xiao Jin and Little Gray to explore this mysterious island for 2 whole days. With the help of his golden eye and Xiao Jin's spiritual ears, they finally confirmed that there were no other immortal cultivators here apart from them. If there were nascent soul stage old monsters cultivating here, Lu Kuan and Xiao Jin would be able to find some clues even if the cave abode was extremely magical. Now that they had investigated, there was not even a single ancient cave abode like the one on the Demon Island, let alone other immortal cultivators. It was as if no immortal cultivators had ever lived on this island. After 2 days of exploration, Lu Kuan discovered that this island was about 50 miles wide. Even if the entire Yiyang clan was moved here, it would still be able to house all the immortal cultivators. The island was indeed divided into 2 areas. One was for spirit chi, and the other was for demonic chi. Demonic chi was the same as spirit chi, but it was much weaker than the Demon Island. However, it was already an excellent place for ordinary immortal cultivators to cultivate. This would allow the Black Mountain apes that Lu Kuan wanted to bring out in the future to have a very good place to cultivate. As for the source of demonic chi, Lu Kuan had asked the old macaque about it when he was with the Black Mountain apes. Only then did he know the reason for demonic chi's existence. In the center of Crescent Moon Island, only the old macaque could emit a faint demonic chi by relying on the dense demonic chi of a Class 7 immortal beast. One must know that the demonic chi in the smart Demon Valley and Demon Island that Lu Kuan had been to before was much denser than the old macaque's. Lu Kuan could still vaguely remember the old macaque's dejected expression when it answered his questions. With just one sentence, it allowed Lu Kuan to know where demonic chi was. Not only would it make low-level immortal cultivators happy, it would also make high-level immortal cultivators sad. Only places where immortal beasts of Class 8 and above have died will have a large amount of demonic chi. Combined with this sentence, Lu Kuan thought of the dense demonic chi in the center of the Demon Island and could not help but feel terrified. It could allow a large number of Class 4 immortal beasts to break through to Class 5 and still exist for tens of thousands of years. Just how many high-tier demons had to die for this to happen? Perhaps even many demon kings had perished. Lu Kuan didn't dare to imagine whether these monsters had died of natural causes or had been killed. Combined with the murals in the old ape's cave, he seemed to understand the relationship between human cultivators and monster cultivators in ancient times. From the murals, human cultivators fought side by side with demonic beasts in ancient times. They fought against creatures with spikes on their bodies that were similar in size to humans. In the end, for some unknown reason, this strange creature disappeared. Monsters began to be suppressed by humans and were even chased out of the land. Monsters like the Black Mountain ape that lived in the mountains and rivers could only struggle on the islands. Thinking of this, Lu Kuan shook his head. This is not something a small cultivator like me can manage. My current goal is to develop body cultivation. In the future, we will be able to fight against large sects like the Miraculous Gate. Lu Kuan returned to the Spirit Dissension platform. Looking at the entire island, his eyes flashed with a fiery light. My demon attraction technique can also be passed on to disciples. Demonic chi in the muscle refining stage is much more effective than magic power body tempering. The demonic chi on this island can definitely lay a solid foundation for body cultivation. And the abundant spirit chi here is also suitable for higher levels of cultivation. If I set up a few special spirit gathering formations, the density should be close to that of the Demon Island. If that's the case, body cultivation disciples will have a much higher chance of entering the blood condensation stage from the bone tempering stage. In a few breaths, Lu Kuan had a few ideas. But then, he shook his head and suppressed his rapid development of body cultivation. His expression was somewhat serious. No, I have to follow my previous plan. When I enter the next stage, which is the bone treasure stage, Qin Tian and the others enter the blood condensation stage, or even the viscera forging stage, then I can recruit disciples. And in order to prevent people from other sect from sneaking in, the people I find must be people who don't have a good impression of traditional cultivation sections. Lu Kuan continued to ponder. According to my cultivation speed, if I were to cultivate on the Abyss Island, it would take me nearly 50 years to reach the great circle of foundation establishment from my current stage. However, if I were to cultivate on this island, I would be able to shorten the time to less than 40 years. In that case, I would be able to reach the body tempering realm before I turn 110 years old. According to my estimation of the bone treasure stage, I still need to spend a lot of time to make the final preparations. In this way, I can break through the bone treasure stage when I still have half of my lifespan, which is when my body is at its peak state. Then, Lu Kuan looked at Xiao Jin and Xiao Hui and said with a smile, "We will stay here for a month. After that, we will return to the Abyss Island and discuss our future plans with senior apprentice brothers. You two go to the demonic chi area. I need to find a place to finish inscribing the lightning seal in my body." Hearing Lu Kuan's words, the two demonic beasts ran towards the depths of the island without looking back. One had to know that they, especially Xiao Hui, had a strong desire for strength. After discovering the demonic chi here, they wished they could stay here every day. After Lu Kuan released Xiao Jin and Xiao Hui, he flew towards the center of the island. The structure here was almost exactly the same as the Demon Island. The center of the island was also a small mountain range. But unlike the Demon Island, there was no silver restriction in the middle of the mountain range. There was also no demonic chi, as mentioned in Tian Renji's Jade Slip. This made Lu Kuan feel a lot more at ease. After more than 10 years of tempering, my body has entered a new realm. It is much stronger than the blood condensation realm. I can continue inscribing the lightning seal. Moreover, the spiritual chi here is extremely dense. It will be much easier to condense the lightning seal. Lu Kuan operated the spirit shuttle as he pondered. Previously on the Demon Island, when he was in the blood condensation realm, he had already finished inscribing the lightning seal on his 4 limbs. At that time, because his body and internal organs were not strong enough, he was unable to inscribe the lightning seal on his torso. Of the 6 lightning seals on his body, he had already inscribed 4 on his 4 limbs. The only ones left were his chest and back. Not long after, Lu Kuan arrived at the depths of the mountain range at the center of the island. He simply set up a small immortal's cave and began to condense the lightning seal. Unlike the 4 limbs lightning seals, the torso's chest and back were much larger. The requirements for spiritual chi, magic power, and spiritual sense were slightly higher. In the end, Lu Kuan spent more than a month's time. Sure enough, as he had guessed, after the strength of his internal organs increased, the lightning seal on his chest and back could be easily carved out. Up to this point, his Imperial Thunder Body refining technique was truly on the right track, displaying the characteristics of a top-notch cultivation technique. With 6 lightning seals on his body and a spirit controlling formation on his fascia, Lu Kuan's cultivation speed increased once again. Chapter 462. Just as Lu Kuan left the island described by Ancestor Fong, in the depths of the sea, in a cave filled with demonic energy, the Li brothers were looking at Tian Renjie in shock. At this moment, Tian Renjie's aura changed greatly. The demonic energy outside his body was boiling, making the Li brothers feel threatened. Li brothers' face was extremely ugly. "You broke through? That's impossible. How could breaking through to the core formation stage take such a short time?" Li brothers' expression was the same, as if he couldn't believe what was happening. Tian Renjie revealed an evil smile. "The demonic technique I practice is special. I was already at the edge of the core formation stage. I was only 1 step away. I broke through to the core formation stage a month ago. But what makes me curious is that you two took so long to find the deepest part of this cave. the place with the densest demonic energy. It seems like you were really misled by the Crimson demonic technique. It was originally an exquisite technique, but now you can't accurately track down the demonic energy. How sad. At this moment, the three of them were in the deepest part of the cave. However, the demonic pool in the middle was covered by Tion Renjia's technique. It looked like a platform used for cultivation. The Lee brothers didn't discover the hidden demonic pool. Their faces were filled with shame and anger. As core formation stage cultivators who had been famous for a long time, although they couldn't reach a higher realm due to their technique, their fighting strength was still there. Now, they were being looked down upon by someone who just entered the core formation stage. This made them extremely embarrassed. But facing Tion Renjia's belittling, they chose to remain silent. Previously, Lee brother had determined that Tion Renjia's true fighting strength was close to the core formation stage. Now that he had completely entered this realm and was proficient in all kinds of demonic techniques, even if the two of them worked together, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. Plus, this person's words weren't false. Tion Renjia looked at the two's expressions and suddenly thought of something. He said seriously, "Fellow Taoists, I've already given you the method to improve the Crimson demonic technique. You can all cultivate in this demonic cave. Let's not talk about whether or not you can break through the bottleneck of the middle stage of the core formation realm. As long as you can complete the transformation of the new Crimson Demon technique, your combat ability will at least increase by a level. Next, this is a secret place where we train our young disciples. Even though the location is extremely secretive and the prohibition spell outside is incomparably mysterious, it still requires a completion-level cultivator to guard it. The stronger the two of you, the better." The Lee brothers nodded when they heard this. Previously, they didn't fully trust Tion Renjia. However, after seeing his strength increase greatly and having the strength to kill them, the Lee brothers were a little embarrassed that he still wanted to develop their Scarlet Refining Sect disciples. Now that they thought about it again, Tion Renjia had no reason to harm them at all. He also made an oath to the Oath Stone. It was impossible for him to betray the Red Refining Sect. After pondering for a moment, the two of them made up their minds to cultivate the Crimson demonic technique that had been modified by Tion Renjia. They would strive to improve their cultivation and contribute to the development of the Crimson demonic sect. Before the two of you start cultivating, I'll have to trouble you to secretly bring some core chi refinement and foundation establishment disciples here. It's best if they can cultivate the Crimson demonic technique that I derived earlier. When these disciples enter the bottleneck period, I'll let them secretly enter the outer sea and secretly hunt cultivators to refine their blood essence. This way, we'll be able to produce a large number of powerful disciples in a short period of time. There will even be many core formation cultivators." Hearing Tion Renjia's words, the Lee brothers' expressions were incomparably excited. If they developed in secret like this, their Crimson demonic sect might really reach the strength of the top 10 sections. In the future, they might even reach the height of the Tao 1 sect. Then I'll have to trouble you to return to the sect. I'll stay here and transform his place. The Lee brothers' expressions shook. They looked at each other and bowed to Tion Renjia at the same time. "Please forgive us for being disrespectful to senior martial brother Tion." Only now did the Lee brothers treat Tion Renjia as one of their own. Furthermore, they were willing to submit to him and call him senior martial brother. Tion Renjia smiled and said, "There's no need to mention these trivial matters. Currently, only I have the secret method to open the restriction outside. I'll send you out first. Later, I'll research other methods to open the restriction." After saying that, Tion Renjia led the Lee brothers out of the Devil's Den. This Devil's Den was indeed very secretive. The passages that led in all directions were incomparably complicated. Under the influence of the restriction, the power of divine sense couldn't probe too far. Even if a cultivator attacked, they would lose their way. Even though the Lee brothers had walked through a few rounds, they were still a little dizzy after being turned left and right by Tion Renjia. Moreover, after exiting the maze-like Devil's Den, there was still a long way to go. It was close to 100 miles of deep water before they arrived at the entrance of the cave. Even if someone secretly sneaked in, as long as they set up a warning array in this 100 miles-long seawater passage, their safety would be raised to the extreme. Junior Marshall Brothers, remember to send my regards to Marshall Uncle. He must be in charge of the sect to deal with the people from the 10 great sects. Don't worry, Senior Marshall Brother Tion. We'll pass on your message. Next time you come, use your communication magic tool to contact me. I'll open the restriction for you. Okay. Then, under Tion Renjia's gaze, the Lee brothers left the abyss at the bottom of the sea. After the light silver restriction closed again, Tion Renjia revealed a cruel smile and sneered. Then, he turned around and shot into the depths of the Devil's Den. He skillfully arrived at his original place for seclusion. A black light flashed on his hand. The Devil's Pool in front of him, which had been transformed into a cultivation platform, revealed its original form. Compared to before, the purple-black liquid in this Devil's Pool seemed to be a little less. Tion Renjia frowned and whispered, "The liquid in the Devil's Pool is formed by the liquefaction of high-grade Devil Chi. Although it's not as good as the true Devil Chi, it shouldn't be so much less even if it helps me enter the Devil Core stage." Could it have something to do with the restriction here? Tion Renjia couldn't help but recall the scene a month ago. At that time, he happened to break through and cause the liquefied Devil Chi in the Devil's Pool to surge. Then, the Devil Chi filled the entire room. Now that he recalled, he found that the Devil Chi had entered the silver restriction and seeped out. He murmured, "It seems that those human cultivators have set up some means in the restriction here to consume the pure Devil Chi in the Devil's Pool." Then, he smiled and said, "But with me here, you can forget about wasting the Devil Chi in this Devil's Pool. I'll first draw some simple magic pattern arrays to restrain the fluctuations of the Devil's Pool. Then, I'll spend some time refining a Devil tool that matches my cultivation." Chapter 463. When Lu Kuan brought news of the island back to the Abyss Island, the people from the Treasure Pavilion were overjoyed. They even forgot about the surprise of Lu Kuan killing a core formation cultivator. They returned to the Treasure Pavilion and discussed excitedly. If they cultivated in seclusion in a secret place with such abundant spiritual energy, their chances of breaking through to the core formation stage would be much higher. Zhu Xiaofeng was already at the great circle of foundation establishment. Even if he spent a large amount of spirit stones to buy pills like the Heavenly Transformation Pill, his chances of breaking through to the core formation stage weren't high. According to Lu Kuan's description, after setting up a spirit gathering formation, the spiritual energy on the island would be at its densest. It would even be close to the level of the Demon Island. In such an environment, his chances of breaking through to the core formation stage would definitely increase. Apart from Zhu Xiaofeng, the others were also excited. They had been on the run for such a long time that they were exhausted. With such a secret place, even if the people from the Miraculous Gate were to chase them here, they would have a place to hide. This place was similar to the Yang clan's base in the past. It would be their backup. After a discussion, they named the island Demon Spirit Island. After all, the island was filled with demonic chi and spiritual energy. Even if some cultivators heard the name, they wouldn't have any reaction. There were many islands in the outer sea that were occupied by powerful demon beasts. Some cultivators would also call them Demon Spirit Islands. Soon after, they decided on the rules of the island. First, the island would be jointly owned by the Body Refining Pavilion and the Treasure Pavilion. However, before the Miraculous Gate was destroyed, all areas of Demon Spirit Island would be managed by Lu Kuan. After all, they still needed to develop the new system of body cultivation. Zhu Xiaofeng and the others firmly believed in the power of body cultivation. It wasn't just based on Lu Kuan's strength. It was also based on Zhao Qingtian and the others' battle prowess. After Zhao Qingtian and the others refined their own spiritual immortal treasures, the strength of the first generation of body cultivation disciples increased dramatically. They were only at the early foundation establishment stage. As long as the two of them joined forces and used the techniques of body cultivators, they would be able to suppress a late foundation establishment stage cultivator. An early foundation establishment stage body cultivator, also known as a bone-tempering stage body cultivator, was stronger than an average middle foundation establishment stage body cultivator, but much weaker than a late foundation establishment stage body cultivator. However, as long as two people joined forces, they would immediately erupt with astonishing strength. Take Zhao Qingtian and Yu Xian, for example. Their weapons were a hammer and a staff, and their techniques were of the fire attribute and would attribute respectively. When they worked together, the maximum strength of their attacks was greatly increased, and the flames attached to their weapons were also extremely powerful. They could easily break through the transcendence energy barrier of a late foundation establishment cultivator. As for Huang Xiaoyan, his Dharma artifact was the golden flywheel that belonged to Yi Zetian, the eldest senior disciple of the Yiyang clan's crafting peak. However, Huang Xiaoyan had installed a multi-purpose grip at the center of the shaft, so that the two flywheels could be used as round blades to attack the opponent in close combat. They could also be thrown from a distance as a means of long-range attack. Under the rotation of the flywheels, they were extremely sharp. Together with Huang Xiaoyun's golden essence body tempering technique, their attack power was second only to Yu Xian. If Zhao Qingtian, Yu Xian, and Huang Xiaoyan joined forces, they would definitely be able to defeat Zhu Xiaofeng, who was at the peak of foundation establishment stage. This was completely impossible for an ordinary early foundation establishment stage cultivator. After all, the difference in transcendence energy between a peak foundation establishment stage cultivator and an early foundation establishment stage cultivator was not small. With the help of his fellow apprentices, Little Pan Yin had also successfully refined the black gold shield that Lu Kuan had given him. Together with his body of thick earth and his mastery of earth attribute magic, he had also successfully refined it. After using this pair of shields, this guy's defensive power was so strong that even Zhu Xiaofeng, who was at the peak of foundation establishment stage, couldn't break through his defense in a short period of time. As a cultivator of the golden essence body tempering technique, Pan Yin had the body of thick earth. The earth attribute magic added to this pair of shields had the defensive power of an intermediate high-grade magic spell. Under the ferocious power of a body cultivator, this pair of shields' ability to resist attacks greatly increased. In addition, Pan Yan's own defensive power was comparable to that of Lu Kuan, who had re-entered the bone-tempering stage. Even if the shield transmitted the power of an attack, it could completely withstand it. However, speed and attack power were Pan Yan's weaknesses. Even so, his attack power was stronger than cultivators of the same level. He was only slightly weaker than body cultivators of the same level. Therefore, the first agreement of Monster Spirit Island was to let the body refining pavilion distribute the cultivation areas on the island. The people of the treasure pavilion didn't have the slightest objection. The strength of the body cultivators was the current priority. The second agreement was that the demon token was a secret that could open the island. Only the cultivators who participated in the alliance agreement knew about it. As for the body refining pavilion, only Lu Kuan and Zhao Qingtian knew that the demon token was an immortal artifact used to open the seal on Demon Spirit Island. Therefore, Lu Kuan had a total of 4 demon tokens. He and Zhao Qingtian each had 1. The other 2 were given to Qin Yushu and Zhu Xiaofeng. These 2 were the strongest in the treasure pavilion. This way, even if other cultivators knew about this secret place, they wouldn't be able to enter if they didn't know the secret of the demon token. Back then, old ancestor Fong was able to enter. According to their judgment, he had most likely encountered a rare chaotic storm with terrifying power. Under the impact of the restrictions on Demon Spirit Island, he had entered. This kind of low-probability event was almost impossible to happen in the future. Otherwise, Monster Spirit Island wouldn't have been empty for so many years. As for the third agreement, it was to protect the island's secret. If one wanted to enter Monster Spirit Island, they had to be led by Lu Kuan and the others with the demon token. Moreover, Monster Spirit Island could only be opened once every 5 years. This way, the risk of being discovered would be greatly reduced. If cultivators frequently entered the chaotic ocean, even a most foolish cultivator would know that there was something unusual about the chaotic ocean. After the initial discussion, they decided on the first batch of people to enter Demon Spirit Island. As for the treasure pavilion, Zhu Xiaofeng had already reached the peak of foundation establishment and was preparing to break through to the core formation stage. Apart from him, the others hadn't encountered any new bottlenecks, so they weren't in a hurry to enter. As for the body refining pavilion, Lu Kuan planned to enter seclusion in Monster Spirit Island for a long time. He wanted to enter the peak of body tempering stage as soon as possible and prepare to break through to the bone treasure stage. Then, according to the rules of the Alliance, there had to be a body cultivator with the second highest cultivation base in the treasure pavilion, which was the Zhao siblings. After a simple discussion, Zhao Qingtian stayed in the Abyss Market. Sher Chao and Yu Xian entered Monster Spirit Island to cultivate. As for Huang Xiaoyan and Pan Yin, they were already impatient to go out and explore. Even if there was a place rich in spiritual energy that could greatly increase their cultivation speed, they couldn't calm down. So the first group to enter Monster Spirit Island was Zhu Xiaofeng, Lu Kuan, Yu Xian, and Sher Chao. The four of them wantonly bought many ordinary formations and materials from the Abyss Market before heading to the Chaotic Ocean. Chapter 464. After Lu Kuan and the others entered the Chaotic Ocean, a group of about 10 cultivators appeared on the shore of the Dead Sea at the border of the state of Qi. Most of these people were young men and women. They all looked excited, but their cultivation wasn't high. Most of them were at the early stage of foundation establishment, and 2 of them were even at the Qi condensation stage. This group of people was led by 2 old men who looked similar. They were the Li brothers of the Red Refining Sect. In order to ensure that the news wouldn't be leaked, they only brought a dozen disciples. These disciples had all sworn a blood oath on the oath stone and were absolutely loyal to the Red Refining Sect. Their aptitudes were also the best in the sect, so they were the most precious low-level disciples of the Red Refining Sect. The Li clan's eldest brother looked at the chattering crowd. He channeled a trace of his transcendence energy and let out a cold snort. Instantly, everyone quieted down. He said in a deep voice, "I'm sure all of you already know where we're heading to next." Hee, Martial Uncle, we know. We're going to the sect's secret place to cultivate the long-lost red refining demonic art. This secret place is filled with dense demonic energy, so it's very suitable for us to cultivate. The one who spoke was a 17 or 18-year-old youth. He had a beautiful appearance, and it was obvious that his aptitude was extraordinary. The second son of the Li family slapped his head and said resentfully, "You may have dual spiritual roots, but with such a careless attitude, you won't be able to advance your cultivation. All of you, listen up. Don't think that you can rest easy just because I brought you to this secret place. If your cultivation progress is too slow, you won't be able to continue cultivating here." The eldest Li brother shook his head and a spirit light flashed in his hand. He said a thick shield isolated the disciples, including the flying boat. This shield could isolate the disciples' divine sense. Although they were very loyal to the sect, it was better for fewer people to know about the location of the Devil's Denver. The Li brothers used their divine sense to explore the surroundings. When they found that no one was following them, they activated the spirit boat and flew toward the Dead Sea. Since they knew the location of this secret place, they didn't have to risk the chaotic storm to cross the chaotic ocean. They directly arrived at the edge of the Dead Sea and flew to their destination. The Dead Sea did not have any trace of spiritual qi or demonic qi. No immortal cultivator would be willing to stay here for too long. The 2 of them flew to the surface of the sea near the entrance of the Devil's Den. Then, they dived into the sea with the disciples who were protected by the protective barrier. These disciples were blocked by the isolation barrier released by the core formation cultivators. They had no idea that they had already dived into the sea. Not long after, the Li brothers arrived at the entrance of the Devil's Denver. Just as they were thinking about how to inform Tian Renjia, a gap appeared in the restriction around the entrance of the Devil's Denver. The Li brothers were stunned for a moment. Then, they brought the protective shield with them and went in. After that, they saw Tian Renjia, who was smiling at them. The Devil Cultivator, who was already at the core formation stage, nodded his head in relief when he saw the Lee brothers being so cautious. Junior Marshall brothers, you've done well. It's best if we don't let them know about this place. Seeing the slight confusion in the Lee brothers' eyes, Tion Renja explained, I set up a few Devil Path secret techniques in the sea abyss outside this cave entrance. That's why I immediately knew of your arrival. A trace of astonishment flashed through the Lee brothers' eyes. Previously, when they were outside in the sea abyss, they didn't discover anything. Tion Renja smiled. With a flash of light in his hand, he threw a small spell plate to the Lee brothers. He said, This is a restriction-breaking spell array that I refined. It contains the special magic power that I refined. This magic power can go in and out twice. After that, I'll have to refine it again. Hearing this, the Lee brothers' faces turned slightly ugly. Tion Renja didn't pay any attention to them. He turned around and swam inside. He transmitted his voice to them. Let's bring these disciples in first. I'll tell you how to activate this spell plate on the way. Then, he told the Lee brothers the incantation for the temporary restriction-breaking spell plate in this nearly 100-mile deep-sea tunnel. However, the two veteran core formation stage cultivators still frowned. They thought that Tion Renja would refine the spell plate that he used for them. Who knew that there was a limit to the number of uses? After using it up, they still had to ask this ancient devil cultivator for more. In this way, they were half confined in the Devil's Denver. Moreover, every time Tion Renja helped them refine this restriction spell plate, it was a means to control them. Although the Lee brothers knew this, there was nothing they could do. They sighed in their hearts and could only comfort themselves with a modified Crimson Devil technique. Crash! The three core formation stage cultivators of the red refining sect jumped out of the sea with a thick shield and appeared in the Devil's Denver. Then, Tion Renja formed a spell and a restriction appeared near the entrance of the sea, covering it up. The Lee brothers carefully observed and found that this restriction was only an ordinary defensive formation that ordinary core formation stage cultivators could activate. With their strength, they could break it. Only then did they feel slightly better. Then, they cast a spell and released the 10 or so red refining sect disciples. Yeah, we're here so soon. What a dense demonic chi. Eldest senior brother, you're still alive. No, senior brother, you've entered the core formation stage. While these disciples sighed, some people also discovered Tion Renja. At this time, Tion Renja's appearance was not much different from before. Naturally, he was recognized by several Foundation establishment stage disciples. Originally, they were told by the elders in the sect that their eldest senior brother, who had fallen on the Demon Island, had now appeared in front of them. What made these people even more excited was that their eldest senior brother, whom they admired very much, had already entered the core formation stage. Tion Renja revealed a trace of an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. He said with some playfulness, That's right. Now that I have entered the core formation stage and have completed the derivation of the Crimson Devil technique, I will be in charge of this secret place in the future. That's great. It turns out that Martial Uncle Tion has comprehended the Crimson Devil technique. With Martial Uncle's leadership, we will definitely be able to carry forward the Crimson Devil technique. Tion Renja said with a mischievous smile, Although that's the case, I'll be strict with you. If your cultivation speed is too slow, needless to say, you'll be immediately sent back. As for your cultivation area, I've already arranged it. Tomorrow, there will be a competition. The cultivation area will be allocated according to your strength. The stronger you are, the denser the demonic chi will be in your cultivation area. Every year in the future, the disciples who are ranked lower can challenge the disciples who are ranked higher. If they succeed, they will exchange cultivation areas. Every 5 years, I will test your cultivation. The 3 people whose cultivation speed displeases me the most will naturally return to the sect. At this point, Tion Renja's smile looked a bit cruel and carried a bit of killing intent. The disciples below were silent like cicadas in winter. Then, Tion Renja changed the topic and said, However, if you have entered the Crimson Devil technique and encountered a bottleneck in your cultivation, I can teach you a few top-notch concealment techniques. Then, I will let you out to train. As for how to secretly capture enough blood food, that will depend on your ability. The Crimson Devil technique is powerful. The cultivation method is only part of the reason. Large amounts of battle is the way to increase your strength. Yes, Martial Uncle Tion, the disciples below all revealed extremely excited expressions. The Crimson Devil technique attracted them to break through to the next realm. As long as there was enough blood food, they would be able to break through. There was no bottleneck like traditional cultivators. Chapter 465. Somewhere in the chaotic sea, Lu Kuan and the others were floating on the calm surface of the sea. Zhu Xiaofeng sighed. Zhu Xiaofeng, can be considered to have seen the world. But such a miraculous forbidden array, not just me, even the several martial uncles of the sect have never seen it before. Sher Chao and Yuxian were curious. They each took out a snow-white sword and a fiery red hammer. They looked forward and saw a ripple appear in the air, blocking the two magic treasures. If they hadn't been looking carefully, they wouldn't have been able to see the ripple. This powerful array must have been set up by ancient cultivators who gathered many top-notch sections. With that, Lu Kuan held something that looked like a token in his hand. He activated the magic power in his body, and a faint white light shrouded them. Then, the few people who were close to the restriction disappeared. Demon Spirit Island was different from Demon Spirit Island. As long as one had the Demon Spirit token's aura, they could enter. Lu Kuan and Xiao Jin had already tested this many times. It was because of this that the Demon Spirit tokens could be kept in the same person's hands. After passing through the restriction, the group arrived at the spirit descending platform. Zhu Xiaofeng and the others were immediately invigorated by the surging spiritual energy. They then took out the formation they had purchased from the Abyssal Island and began to set it up. This way, they would know as soon as someone entered Demon Spirit Island. After setting up the Spirit Dissension platform's defensive formation, Lu Kuan released Xiao Jin and had her cultivate in the demonic aura area. Then he led the others to the central area. After carefully studying the area with dense spiritual energy, they began to set up spirit gathering formations. At the same time, they used some basic materials to build cave dwellings. A few days later, 8 cave dwellings with spiritual energy comparable to Demon Spirit Island appeared in the central area of Demon Spirit Island. The effect of the spirit gathering formation was to gather the surrounding spirit chi. Lu Kuan and the others were overjoyed to see so much of it. These places could not only increase the chances of traditional cultivators breaking through to the core formation stage. For body cultivators, it was the best place to break through to the blood condensation realm. Otherwise, even if one's willpower was extremely strong, without sufficient spiritual energy to replenish it in time, it would be even more difficult for the Fa Li to enter the bone marrow cavity. According to Lu Kuan's deductions, the blood condensation stage was the most important stage of the foundation establishment stage. After entering this stage, as long as one had enough time to cultivate, entering the viscera forging stage was just a matter of time. Thus, it could be said that these places were rich in spiritual energy. It could be said that in the future, the body refining pavilion would have a large number of viscera forging stage body cultivators. Next, Lu Kuan gave the place with the most abundant spiritual qi to Zhu Xiaofeng. He, Sher Chao, and Yuxian chose to cultivate in the cave with the lowest spiritual qi. After arranging everything, Lu Kuan prepared to go into seclusion. In a few years, regardless of whether or not Zhu Xiaofeng had successfully broken through to the core formation stage, he would be able to sense it. Traditionally, for a cultivator to break through to the core formation stage, it has to do with the aptitude of their spiritual roots, age, top-grade cultivation methods, supplementary pills, and the surrounding spiritual energy. Although senior apprentice brother Zhu is a bit old, his chances of reaching core formation here are at least 40%. For someone like him, this is already very high. After muttering to himself for a while, Lu Kuan began to think about his own situation. Right now, I'm in the viscera forging stage. My internal organs are weaker than my external muscles. Compared to my bones, their defensive power is much worse. It's impossible to use techniques to temper my internal organs like I did in the bone tempering stage. As for heavenly materials, monster beast flesh, and so on, I haven't found any that have any effect on my internal organs. Even the sandstar worm meat from before only had a small effect on my muscles. Afterwards, he carefully recalled the process of his cultivation up until now, including his realizations of recultivation and his previous encounter with Wang Shirtong of the Nine Serenities sect, where he tried to use the body of a zombie to temper his body in the wrong direction. He also learned about the monster clan's cultivation process from the old gorilla of the Black Mountain Ape clan. He increasingly felt that he was walking on the correct path of body cultivation. The Imperial Thunder body tempering art that I created has already finished carving the lightning seal all over my body. Coupled with the rich spiritual energy in the surroundings and the tempering effect of the strange magic on my body, my cultivation speed can be said to have reached the current limit. In the viscera forging stage, apart from circulating the spiritual energy in my internal organs, I also rely on the blood spiritual energy in my body to temper it. Then Lu Kuan suddenly thought of something and frowned. I almost forgot. To convert 1 portion of blood spiritual energy, I need 9 portions of lightning spiritual energy. Could it be related to the bloodline of the great long-armed ape? Afterwards, he shook his head. I'll have to wait until the other disciples enter the blood condensation stage before I can analyze the reason. After all, according to my deductions, the later stages of body cultivation are different for everyone due to their aptitude and other factors. If I want to enter the great circle of body tempering as soon as possible, I can only bitterly cultivate. Strong determination flashed through Lu Kuan's eyes, and he slowly closed his eyes. Then, the 6 lightning seals on his body emitted a blinding light, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy and beginning to cultivate in seclusion. On the Abyss Island, apart from refining magic tools and managing the treasure pavilion, everyone else also spent their time cultivating. However, Zhao Qingtian ran to the various talismans in the market square. Between the shops, he used the resources provided by the treasure pavilion to purchase all kinds of mid-grade spiritual energy. Not all body cultivators could use spiritual energy to temper their bodies. Only Zhao Qingtian, relying on the origin tree body tempering art's super recovery ability, could barely use this method. After all, his physical defense was inferior to Lu Kuan's in the past. He could only rely on mid-grade spiritual energy to slowly improve it. Compared to Lu Kuan directly using mid-grade spiritual energy, it was much slower. Of course, the consumption of spirit stones was also much lower. Relying on this point, although Zhao Qingtian wasn't on Spirit Island, his cultivation speed was the fastest among the first generation of body cultivation disciples. As for Huang Xiaoyan and Pan Yin, who had gone out to gain experience, they had already left the outer seas and arrived at a place in the Western Plain state. Huang Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with excitement, and he occasionally let out bursts of laughter. On the other hand, Pan Yin's expression was somewhat different. Apart from a bit of excitement, it was also filled with a righteous determination. Even if an ordinary person stood next to him, they would be able to feel the righteous aura of this burly youth. The two of them were looking at the northern desolate state of Chu. This state bordered the state of Qi and was close to the chaotic sea and the Dead Sea. Therefore, the spirit energy here was much weaker than the other states. However, there was a lot of demonic energy here. Therefore, the northern desolate state was where the Supreme Devil Palace, one of the 10 great sects of Chu, was located. Coincidentally, in addition to the Supreme Devil Palace, this place was also filled with all kinds of demonic cultivators and vicious heretic cultivators. Because the northern desolate state was close to the state of Qi, heretic cultivators from other states who had offended the major sects fled here. Even if the 10 great sects pursued them, they only needed to flee into the state of Qi to avoid them. Chapter 466. From the name alone, one could tell that the northern barren state was quite desolate. In fact, that was indeed the case. The northern barren state was filled with deserts. Many places were barren and sandstorms would appear from time to time. There was also a desert at the border between the northern Barren State and the eastern Chu State. It was almost impossible for mortals to survive in such a desolate state. However, to cultivators, as long as there was spiritual chi, such an environment would not affect them much. The spiritual chi in the northern Barren State was much weaker than in the other states. Although it was not small, most large sects would not be willing to set up camp here. Aside from the thin spiritual chi, the northern Barren State was a neighbor to the kingdom of chi. The demonic cultivators that came from the kingdom of chi were enough to give normal sects a headache. The cultivation methods of the demonic cultivators in the kingdom of chi often allowed them to do as they pleased. As long as it was a treasure that the demonic cultivators wanted, the female cultivators that they wanted to subdue would do anything to get it. Fortunately, there were a few places where demonic chi gathered in the northern Barren State. The extreme Devil Palace, which was ranked 6th among the top 10 sects, occupied these places. The extreme Devil Palace had many demonic techniques. The cultivation of their disciples was based on survival of the fittest. Therefore, the high-level disciples of the extreme Devil Palace had all survived the cruel struggles within the sect. Even the demonic cultivators in the kingdom of Chi did not want to provoke them. This was why the northern Barren State was able to maintain some order. Of course, this order was only on the surface. With the extreme Devil Palace's ruthless demonic cultivators, who knew how to use all sorts of shameless methods, the northern Barren State was naturally filled with all sorts of killings and robberies. Cultivators from other states, even those who were late-stage Foundation establishment or above, were not willing to come to the northern Barren State. This was because they might be killed by the unknown demonic cultivators here. On this day, in such a chaotic place, two strange people came. One of them was very burly and looked very honest. However, his expression was filled with a sense of justice. The other person was not very eye-catching. Although he was also quite muscular, he was still far from the burly youth with the righteous expression. Moreover, this person's appearance was not very eye-catching. He wore servant's clothes and was the type that could not be picked out in a crowd. Judging from the burly young man's aura, he was almost at the early stage of the Foundation establishment stage, while the servant-looking man beside him was only at the late stage of the chi refinement stage. If a cultivator saw this pair, they would definitely focus their attention on the burly young man. Fifth senior brother, are there really a lot of evil cultivators here? We've been walking for half a day, but other than some ordinary beasts, we haven't seen a single person, the burly young man said anxiously. The young man who looked like a servant coughed lightly and said, "Little junior brother." "No, young master, didn't I say that you should call me Little Yin? I am your servant and will listen to everything you say." The burly young man looked around speechlessly and said, "There are no outsiders here. Is there a need to do this?" The young servant shook his head incessantly, and he had an expression of exasperation as he said, "Young master, this place is filled with evil cultivators, and all they do is kill, seize treasures, and snatch the dual cultivation partners of cultivators. Being hunted down is a common occurrence, and there might be some that are proficient in concealment techniques that are hiding by our side. Young master, it's best to be careful." Hearing his words, the burly young man was extremely helpless. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly raised his head and looked ahead. His divine sense, which was close to the middle stage of the Foundation establishment stage, clearly sensed that there were violent fluctuations of spiritual energy 2 to 3 miles ahead, as if there were cultivators fighting. The young man dressed as a servant at the side also sensed the fluctuations. He suppressed his excitement and said in a low voice, "It's very likely those evil cultivators. Let's hurry over and act according to the plan." When he heard the words, "evil cultivators," the burly young man's face lit up with joy. He immediately took out a light yellow spirit boat, formed a seal, and directly shot in that direction. The burly young man's movements were too fast. He directly flew over on his magic tool, leaving the servant behind. "So anxious." The unremarkable servant muttered, "Since he's at the chi refinement stage, he can't use the escape technique of the Foundation establishment stage. I'll hurry over slowly. Besides, even if this guy can't beat him, he'll be fine." Then, He rummaged through his storage bag and took out a leaf-shaped flying magic tool. At a glance, it was obvious that it was the kind used by low-level cultivators. Seeing this low-level flying magic tool, the young man seemed to be quite satisfied. He leaped onto it and slowly flew towards the place of the battle. 2 to 3 miles away from the two people, there were two cultivators, each urging their magic tools to attack. One of them was a middle-aged man with a full beard. His face was green. Although his magic power was at the middle stage of the Foundation establishment stage, the fluctuations of his magic power were fluctuating, as if he had been poisoned. Even so, the man with the full beard was still doing his best to control his long sword magic tool, intercepting a swarthy long saber. On the other hand, the one attacking him was a rather handsome young man. This man's magic power was strong, and his cultivation was at the peak of the middle stage of the Foundation establishment stage. The handsome man controlled the long black saber with a relaxed expression, suppressing his opponent. In his eyes, the man with the full beard was already a dead man. Song San, I, Ulausi, have fought side by side with you for so many years. I thought I understood your methods very well. I didn't expect you to have hidden poison techniques and use such a despicable method to deal with me. The man with the full beard's face was gloomy as he suddenly spoke. But what I don't understand is, I, Ulausi, have worked with you for so long. Although we don't have any friendship between us, with me around, the speed of our accumulation of cultivation resources is not slow at all. How can you bear to kill me? The handsome man called Song San chuckled and said, The reason for killing you is very simple. There are only 2 reasons. One of them is that my cousin from the Supreme Devil Palace is about to come out for training. He invited me to team up with him to carry out a sect mission. You should know that this is an internal mission of the Supreme Devil Palace. The rewards are all medicinal pills that are useful for the demonic arts. Unfortunately, there are only 2 of these medicinal pills and none of them are for you. Plus, my cousin doesn't want outsiders to be present, so getting rid of you is the best choice. As Song Sin spoke, his attack slowed down. The man with the full beard immediately seized this opportunity to use his magic power to suppress the poison. At the same time, he spoke to stall for time, and the second reason? The second reason is that you and I have worked together for so many years. You know me well, and I know your worth very well. Of course, it's because of your storage pouch. As long as I kill you, it's completely equal to what I've gained in the past 20 years. The handsome man, of course, could see that the man with the full beard was stalling for time. He coldly snorted and said, Since you know the reason, then die. As he finished speaking, Song San's long saber emitted a black light, blowing away the shaky long sword and attacking the man with the full beard. Clang! Chapter 467. The handsome young man's expression changed. The shield that suddenly appeared was huge, almost as big as the bearded man. There were also countless sharp spikes on it, making it look very ferocious. Beside the bearded man, a burly and honest young man appeared out of nowhere. This young man's body emitted a faint earth-elemental spiritual energy. Compared to the 2 mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators present, he was still a bit weaker. The handsome young man's expression became somewhat serious. He could tell that this unfamiliar cultivator's cultivation was only at the early stage of the Foundation establishment stage. But what made him more fearful was that he actually did not sense when this burly man approached them. If the attack just now was not a defense, but an attack, then he would be in danger. Oomph! You bastard! He has cooperated with you for so many years, and you actually killed him for a little benefit. How despicable! It seems that Senior Brother was right. There are many evil cultivators in the Northern Barren State. After the burly young man blocked the long blade magic weapon, he said with a righteous face, A person like you does not deserve to be a cultivator. Since I have encountered you, I might as well kill you. The handsome young man originally had some fear on his face, but after hearing these 2 righteous words, he became a little strange. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart, Who taught this little guy? He actually dares to stand up for injustice in the immortal cultivation world. Not to mention the handsome young man's strange expression. Even the bearded man who had just escaped was somewhat stunned. However, he knew that this burly young man was the key to whether he could escape alive or not. His heart immediately moved, and his expression was miserable. Song San, I, you lousy, have always treated you as a brother. I did not expect that in the end, I will be plotted against by you. I will fight you to the death. After speaking, the bearded man once again activated his flying sword. That's right. How can such a person be your brother? I will help you. The burly young man shouted loudly, and then activated the huge shield in front of him again to attack with the bearded man's flying sword. However, if one used their spiritual sense to examine carefully, they would find that the power of the flying sword was just a facade and did not contain much spiritual energy. The bearded man was secretly suppressing the poison in his body. The handsome young man snorted coldly. Since you are meddling in other people's business, then don't blame me. The handsome young man's hand formed a strange spell, and the black long blade suddenly shone brightly, and a ferocious aura appeared. He is indeed a devil cultivator. The burly young man's expression was solemn. He waved his left hand, and an identical giant shield appeared in front of him, following closely behind the first shield. Dang dang. Under the control of this middle-stage foundation establishment devil cultivator, the power of the black saber was extremely great. The giant shield was forced to retreat again and again. However, the two giant shields were able to withstand the attack in turns. Cultivators who cultivated demonic arts often had stronger offensive power than cultivators of the same level. The fact that this pair of giant shields could barely defend against his attacks had already surprised this handsome young man. This guy's spiritual will is not weak. He can actually wield two spiritual immortal treasures at the same time. Moreover, even after being attacked multiple times by my green demon saber, there was not a single scratch on it. It is clear that its quality is excellent. Thinking of this, the handsome young man revealed a greedy expression. After a slight hesitation, he took a deep breath and put away the black saber. A spirit light flashed in his hand and a black longsword appeared. It was densely covered with lines. Obviously, its quality was better than the longsword. When the bearded man saw the black sword, a strange expression appeared on his face. The burly young man did not notice anything strange. Taking advantage of this gap, he quickly formed a spell. Then, spiritual power fluctuations appeared under the feet of the handsome young man, causing his expression to change. Song San immediately poured spiritual power into the spiritual power shield outside his body. Boom! The soil under his feet shattered and turned into two giant rock claws. One on the left and one on the right. They pressed down on the handsome young man's shield. Intermediate mid-grade spell. Perceiving the power of this spell, the handsome young man's expression changed slightly. Fortunately, he took defensive measures in time, so this spell could not break through his defense. After his heart relaxed a little, he urged the black longsword to attack the two giant rock claws. Although this spell could not hurt him, it restricted his movements. Just as he was about to use the black longsword, the burly man not far away suddenly urged the spiritual power in his body. An extremely pure earth attribute spiritual power fluctuation flashed by, causing the bearded man to be shocked. At the same time, a dozen steel thorns on a giant shield suddenly separated from the shield and shot toward the handsome young man. The speed was almost twice as fast as the attack speed of an ordinary magic tool. This made the handsome young man, Song San, turn pale with fright. He did not have time to feel distressed. He immediately took out an intermediate high-grade defensive spell and cast it on himself, increasing the power of his defensive shield. At the same time, he urged the longsword to attack the steel thorns in front of him. The sword light directly hit 3 or 4 steel thorns, and the rest hit his defensive shield. Boom, boom, boom. Unexpectedly, these steel thorns exploded after hitting Song San. The power of the explosion was terrifying. The giant rock claws drawn by the pair of rock claws were instantly blown into dust. The handsome young man inside was covered. Seeing this, the burly young man in the distance sent his spiritual sense forward to check whether this move that consumed most of his spiritual power satisfied him. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The bearded man, who was originally suppressing the poison, suddenly used the longsword magic tool in front of him to attack the burly young man who helped him deal with Song San. The burly young man did not expect this to happen at all. He subconsciously activated a yellow shield, but at such a close distance, the defense of an early Foundation Establishment Cultivator could not withstand the attack of a Middle Foundation Establishment Cultivator at all and shattered with a loud bang. Fortunately, a giant shield returned in time and was caught by the burly man, blocking the remaining power of the flying sword. At this time, a black flying sword shot out from the position of the handsome young man who was bombarded by the steel thorns. It actually merged with the white flying sword of the bearded man. Both of their flying swords were a set of second-grade magic tools. The huge power of the combined flying sword was comparable to the attack of a late Foundation Establishment Cultivator. It directly blasted the burly man and his shield into the rocky desert nearby. Several huge rocks fell from above and smashed into his body, burying him. Cough, cough, you lousy. It seems that your reaction is not slow. He did not expect you to attack him. The handsome young man, with a somewhat dusty face, appeared on the spot and looked at the nervous bearded man as he spoke. The bearded man felt that the aura of the handsome young man had weakened quite a bit and his heart relaxed slightly. Since he used the black demon sword, your intention could not be more obvious. Obviously, you want me to cooperate with you to kill this man who has something wrong with his head but has an extraordinary magic tool. Then, we will have a fair trade. The handsome young man laughed and said, "It seems that the tacit understanding we have after so many years of cooperation is still there. How about this? I will not kill you this time, but I'll take all the spirit stones and treasures on this guy." The bearded man was unwilling, but even though Song San was heavily injured, he was not a match for him under the condition of suppressing the poison. It was better to leave first. Chapter 468. The handsome young man heaved a sigh of relief in his heart when he saw that Ulausi had started to activate the flying magic tool. Previously, he had wanted Ulausi to help him deal with the strange man who had appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, he also wanted to kill Ulausi when the battle was over. Who would have thought that the strange man's steel needles were actually self-detonating magic tools that directly shattered his protective shield? If he didn't have some tricks up his sleeve, his life would have been in danger. However, he was also seriously injured because of this. He suppressed his internal injuries and calmly scared Ulausi away. Otherwise, if Ulausi fought with him, both of them would have been seriously injured. Just when the handsome young man named Song San was slightly relaxed, two circular golden lights suddenly shot out from the Gobi Desert and cut towards Ulausi, who had just taken off. Although Ulausi used his magic power to suppress the poison in his body, he still had the spiritual sense of the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. He immediately discovered the attack that emitted a strong metal attribute. However, the magic power in his body was just enough to activate the flying boat, so he barely had time to activate his protective shield. Hiss! Two crisp sounds rang out. The protective shield that Ulausi had activated with his magic power was completely useless. His body, including the flying boat under his feet, was cut into 3 sections without any resistance. Streams of blood mist scattered all over the barren land and were greedily absorbed by the dry soil. Song San's face suddenly turned ugly when he saw this scene. He clearly saw that the 2 golden lights were 2 strange dark golden flywheels. When they hit Ulausi, the sharp gears on them were still spinning rapidly. Although the magic power contained in the flywheels was not high, Song San could smell the aura of death. Song San hurriedly spread out his spiritual sense. Following the 2 flywheel magic tools, he finally found an inconspicuous man dressed in servant's clothing behind a rock in the Gobi Desert. Strangely, the magic power fluctuation on his body was only at the late stage of the chi refining realm. As if he felt Song San's gaze, the man revealed a pair of white teeth and chuckled. Song San suddenly felt as if he were facing his natural enemy. His heart thumped. This feeling had saved him countless times and showed that this man had the power to counter him. Without hesitation, he produced a flying magical device. Ignoring the burly young man's bag of holding, he prepared to flee. As he took out a flying boat, he threw 7 or 8 talismans at the servant. They turned into spells of various colors and blasted towards Song San. Was Song San hoping for these talismans? It could block the man's attack and allow him to escape. Just then, Song San felt another wave of earth elemental chi beneath his feet. His face turned pale with fright. In a moment of panic, he couldn't care less about anything else. He immediately ignited his chi, which was at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, and temporarily returned to his peak state. The magical power shield outside his body became incomparably thick again. Then, a huge yellow shield appeared under his feet out of thin air and slammed into him. Bang! Even through the magical power shield, Song San still felt a huge force that made his chest feel stuffy as it slammed into his shield. This force caused the shield to shake a bit, but it didn't break. However, the ferocious brute force caused him to fly 3 or 4 meters into the air. At the place where he was originally standing, a burly man holding a huge shield appeared. Impossible! Even if that attack was blocked by a level 1 spiritual defensive magical device, the attack power it contained was not something that an early foundation establishment stage cultivator could withstand. Moreover, those huge rocks added up to at least 5,000 kilograms. How could he not be smashed to death? Damn it! I should have known that he had pure earth elemental chi. Of course, he could use the earth escape technique. After these thoughts flashed through his mind, Song San used the burning liquid chi to summon the black sword and attack the burly man below. At the same time, he used the telekinesis technique to summon the flying magical device that was not too far away. Dang dang. The black sword and the huge shield began to clash again. What's going on? How did the power of this guy's shield increase so much? Song San was puzzled. Previously, he could suppress the shield with his black saber. Now, he was at a disadvantage with a more powerful magical device. Oh no, there's still that guy. Song San didn't have time to worry about this. He found that the young man in the servant's clothes not far away had already dodged several talismans. He was holding the 2 flywheels that he had used to kill Yu Lao Si and was rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed. Escape is the best plan. At this time, Song San's body began to fall and landed on the flying boat that was rising. Bang! A loud sound was heard. Song San looked up and saw the man holding the flywheels jump up from the ground. From the small hole in the ground, one could tell that the force of this jump was terrifying. This man had great control over his jumping power. As if he was flying, he accurately jumped onto the flying boat and came face to face with Song San. At this critical moment, Song San seemed to have a breakthrough. Under the control of the black flying sword and the spirit boat, he actually activated the black saber from before and slashed at the servant fiercely. ZZZ, ZZZ, ZZZ. An ear-piercing sound of metal scraping against each other could be heard as the 2 flywheels intersected. The sharp gears on the outside of the flywheel spun rapidly, locking the black saber in place. At this moment, Song Sankai could feel the mana fluctuations of the early foundation establishment stage from the servant. The power of the divine sense has increased greatly. Feeling the change in his opponent, the servant immediately realized it. Then he shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, you're already an arrow at the end of its flight. You're so close to me, not to mention that you're a cultivator who cultivates demonic techniques. Even if your divine sense has a breakthrough, you'll definitely die. As he spoke, the flywheels in his hands emitted an even more dazzling golden light. Demonic techniques? What does it have to do with my cultivation of demonic techniques? This thought flashed through Song San's mind. But then, he felt the huge force of the opponent's flywheels through the black saber. It was not inferior to the burly young man below. The black saber was hit until it dimmed and was sent flying. Then, the servant's face darkened. The 2 flywheels in his hands came together and formed an exquisite circular blade. It was like the condensed essence of 2 magic tools, emitting an extremely strong and sharp aura. The servant held it with both hands and pushed the flying boat fiercely, slashing horizontally at Song San. Clang! The circular blade directly hit the protective shield of his magical power. It only dimmed it a little, but did not break it. Haha, after I burn my magical power, the power of this shield is not something that an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator like you can break through. The servant smirked and shook his head. That's why. It has something to do with your demonic techniques. Then, the servant's body emitted a strange, dark, golden magical power, pouring into the circular blade in his hand. At the same time, the muscles on his arms swelled a little and continued to press down on the shield. This. Chapter 469. Bang! The servant jumped down from a height of 30 to 40 feet with ease and landed right beside the burly young man. He patted his shoulder and said, "Little Yin, now you know how terrifying the evil cultivators here are, right? Even your sworn enemies can work together to deal with you after seeing that you have a high social status." The burly young man looked gloomy and said honestly, "Fifth senior brother, I know. Haha. Let's clean up the traces of battle and storage bags." Not bad. We've just arrived in the northern Barren State, and we've already found something. Talismans cost a lot of spiritual stones. Let's prepare more and ask second senior brother to help us temper our bodies. By then, our cultivation speed will be greatly increased. Seeing that the burly young man was still dejected, the servant comforted him. "Little Yin, don't be discouraged. Just be careful with all the cultivators in the future. We'll be staying here for a few years." After that, the servant rushed to pick up the storage bags excitedly. It turned out that these two people were Huang Xiaoyan and Pan Yin, who had come out to train. Judging by their plan, they should be taking advantage of the chaos to kill evil cultivators. As for Pan Yin, he wanted to fulfill his dream of upholding justice by killing all the evil cultivators he encountered. As for Huang Xiaoyan, just by looking at his servant's attire, it was clear that he was fond of disguising himself as a pig to eat the tiger. Anyway, Pan Yin was in front of him, so he only needed to sneak up on them. Their plan was completely in line with their personalities. On one hand, they wanted to increase their battle experience, and on the other hand, they wanted to collect resources. Back then, they had seen Lu Kuan use all kinds of middle-grade, top-grade talismans. However, they did not have strong recovery abilities. They could only go back and ask Zhao Qingtian for help to see if they could use talismans. Spells to temper the body. Even so, how many middle-grade talismans did they have to prepare? It was not a small number and required a lot of spiritual stones. Would the treasure pavilion prepare a large number of talismans for each of them? They did not have the ability to do so. During the battle, just now, Pan Yin had used a body cultivator's breath concealing technique to sneak in. When he heard that the handsome man had turned his back on him and poisoned his companion who had fought alongside him for many years, he immediately rushed out to help. With the body of thick earth control over the earth element and the black gold shield, a level 3 defensive magic tool, Pan Yin was completely capable of withstanding the attacks of a middle foundation establishment stage cultivator without using the techniques of a body cultivator. In the end, he even relied on Qin Yushu's plan to use the self-detonating steel spike, a magical artifact, to unexpectedly injure his opponent in the middle foundation establishment stage. However, he did not expect that the bearded man, who should have been grateful to him for saving his life, would actually betray him at the last moment. His opponents, who were originally fighting for their lives, would join forces and use a second-level magic tool set combination attack. That late foundation establishment level attack had sent him flying. If he hadn't used the techniques of a body cultivator and held a shield with both hands to defend himself, he would have been injured even if his physical defense was astonishing. As for the 10,000 kilograms of rock, it was nothing to Pan Yin, who had more than 20,000 kilograms of strength. Moreover, he knew the earth escape technique, which was an extremely difficult escape technique, so he could escape into the ground at any time. When Huang Xiaoyan arrived, he was just in time to see Pan Yin intervene in the battle and saw the entire process. However, he knew that his junior brother's defense was amazing, so he didn't help him. Instead, he saw the opportunity and threw the golden flywheel with all his strength, killing Ulausi. The remaining injured Song, San was no match for the two of them at all. Even if he burned his liquid mana and the defensive power of his shield was greatly increased, it was still the same. Don't forget that Huang Xiaoyan had the body of Devil Gold. The metal element had the ability to break through the devil element. Facing Song San, who cultivated a devil art, it had a miraculous effect. Song San's cultivation technique was merely an ordinary devil art, which was why he was defeated by Huang Xiaoyan's golden luo flying wheel. After half a day, Huang Xiaoyan simply cleaned up the traces of the battle and called for Pan Yin to continue deeper into the northern desolate province. Just like this, the two youngest disciples of the first generation of body cultivators began to wander in this place where good and bad people mixed together. Gradually, within the circle of Foundation establishment stage cultivators in the northern Barren state, the name of the rogue cultivator of justice was spread out in all the major markets. This rogue righteous caused a group of devil cultivators to gnash their teeth in hatred, but there was nothing they could do. This was because they didn't even know what this rogue righteous looked like. They didn't even know if he was alone or in a group. Needless to say, there was no trace of him at all. According to the descriptions of some devil cultivators who were proficient in devil arts and had many escape methods, this rogue righteous was 8 feet tall and had a ferocious appearance. His magic tool was a high-quality magic tool that was the size of an ordinary person's shield. There were also some who said that this rogue righteous was a devil cultivator who was proficient in the art of assassination. Under the guise of fighting for justice, he took advantage of the opponent's carelessness to kill them in one blow. However, there were all kinds of rumors. The descriptions of the rogue righteous appearance were all different. It was as if this person could change his appearance. So some people thought that he was a group of people. The reason why he was called a rogue righteous was because he had never attacked anyone from the Supreme Devil Palace. He seemed to be afraid of the top 10 sects, so he was most likely a rogue cultivator. However, most of the Foundation establishment devil cultivators in the northern desolate province called him the Devil of Justice. It was said that at least 30 devil cultivators had died at his hands. This kind of bloodthirsty nature was even more vicious than these devil cultivators. However, it was strange that after the rogue cultivator of justice appeared frequently in the northern desolate province for 2 or 3 years, he seemed to have disappeared for more than a year. As for whether he no longer fought for justice, or whether he kicked an iron plate and was killed instead, no one knew. The appearance of the rogue cultivator of justice made the Foundation establishment devil cultivators in the northern desolate province quiet down a bit. It should be said that in the current battle, neither side would say much. This was because the rogue cultivators who were killed by the rogue cultivator of justice were all evil cultivators who had revealed the reason for killing. Not to mention the reason for killing, there were more fights in the northern desolate province. One day, at the border of Chu country's southern marsh region, there were 2 figures standing at the edge of a cliff. One of them was tall and sturdy, and had an extremely honest appearance. The other person was of ordinary height, had a chiseled face, and was rather handsome. They were Pan Yin and Huang Xiaoyan, who had recovered their appearances. For some reason, they had left the northern desolate province and came to the border of the southern marsh province. Moreover, the two of them were full of energy and emitted a fierce aura. Other than the great increase in combat strength, their body refinement cultivation had improved a lot. Huang Xiaoyan sighed. I didn't expect that after so many years, we would come to the southern marsh province again. I really missed the days when we followed Master here. Pan Yin said with some disdain. 5th senior brother, you missed the days when you followed Master here and killed evil cultivators, right? Then he complained. It's all your fault, senior brother. Although you've killed many evil cultivators, they still call us devils. Hearing Pan Yan's words, Huang Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel a headache. This sentence had annoyed little Pan Yin for a long time. If they hadn't been in seclusion, he would have continued to complain. Chapter 470. Huang Xiaoyan lightly coughed and pretended not to hear this. He continued, "A year ago, we met those two guys and almost lost our lives. If it weren't for little Yan's amazing defensive power, I fear we would have already died." Yin revealed an expression of lingering fear as he heard this. He said, "That's right. I didn't think that the Supreme Devil Palace would put the unfettered justice on a sect disciple mission. Not only that, but the person who accepted the mission also joined forces with the disciples of the venomous poison sect." Huang Xiaoyan muttered, "Luckily, we met those two people. We discovered that the Supreme Devil Palace's corrosive poison and the venomous poison sect's silver silkworm venomous poison together had an astonishing destructive power to the body. With destructive power comes a body-tempering effect. Our bodies are much stronger than cultivators of the same level. This kind of poison that can instantly cause a cultivator's body to collapse is something we can resist for a short period of time, even if we don't circulate our cultivation methods. In the year that we were in seclusion to resist these poisons, our bone-tempering stage cultivation made a lot of progress." Pan Yan's eyes revealed a trace of fear. Even if his body's defensive power was amazing, the process of resisting these poisons still left him with lingering fear. In the end, they relied on the body-tempering art to resist the poison and successfully consumed the poison. In the end, their muscles, bones, and even their organs were strengthened to a certain extent. Moreover, after the two poisons were combined, they were able to penetrate into our internal organs. If we hadn't undergone the baptism of the Vajra art during the body cultivation stage, I fear that our internal organs would have been corroded and we would have died. After Huang Xiaoyan sighed with emotion, he looked at the southern marsh state in front of him and said in a low voice, "Those two guys probably thought that the unfettered justice had died. I didn't think that we would be able to profit from this disaster and find something that would be very useful to body cultivators. I, Huang Xiaoyan, am a very vengeful person. Wait until I enter the next realm before I find an opportunity to deal with those two guys." Pan Yin also nodded and said, "Although the poison is strong, it shouldn't have any effect on Master. Once we reach the viscera forging stage, we shouldn't be afraid of this kind of poison." Huang Xiaoyan flicked Pan Yin's head and said, "Little Yin, you're wrong. Even if our bodies are special, it would take us at least 60 to 70 years to reach the viscera forging stage. At that time, those two guys would have entered the core stage. After all, they are already at the late stage of the foundation establishment stage." That's right. That's right. After all, the sandstar worm meat that Master found is only suitable for body cultivators in the muscle refining stage to break through. If it's the corrosive poison, you can buy it from the various markets with a few spirit stones. However, the silver silkworm goo poison is unique to the goo poison sect and is not sold outside. That's why we had no choice but to make a trip to the southern marsh state. Pan Yin frowned and said, "I remember that when we passed by the southern marsh state with Master, we didn't find any traces of the goo poison sect's disciples. We only knew that the goo poison sect was located in a marsh. Fifth senior brother, even if we want to obtain the silver silkworm poison from the goo poison sect's disciples, we don't need to do it in the southern marsh state. This ninth-ranked sect has more than one nascent soul stage ancestor." Hearing this, Huang Xiaoyan couldn't help but take a second look at Pan Yin, chuckling. "Little Yin, after these 2 years, your brain has become much better, haha." Pan Yin was a bit vexed. "It's all because of you. There are also those evil cultivators. Each one is more cunning than the other. I'm thinking too much now. Little Yin, you can only survive in the cultivation world if you think too much. It's because we didn't think too much that we suffered at the hands of the extreme Devil Palace and the goo poison sect's disciples." Huang Xiaoyan then said seriously, "I don't have the guts to deal with the goo poison sect's disciples here. I'm afraid even Master would think twice. We came here to investigate the goo poison sect first. After all, we don't even know the exact location of this sect." Seeing that Pan Yin nodded, Huang Xiaoyan changed his appearance and suppressed his dermic powers to the level of the middle stage Qi refinement realm. Pan Yin did the same. The most powerful thing about body cultivators was that their dermic powers were very obscure. Even immortal cultivators who were a realm higher would not be able to see through it. Huang Xiaoyun and Pan Yin then flew towards the southern marsh state on 2 low-level flying artifacts. They had stayed here with Lu Kuan for a period of time and were quite familiar with the southern marsh state. They went straight to the largest market they had been to before, the Lingzha market. In the Spirit Swamp market, there was a smiling middle-aged man resting on a tree in the market. The corners of his mouth were slightly curled up, and it seemed that he had encountered something happy. The middle-aged man opened his eyes and looked at the blue sky. His smile became even brighter. His name was Huang Qian. Although he was a great circle qi refinement realm cultivator, all the big shops in the market gave him some face. When Huang Qian was young, he met an ancestor who was many generations away. This ancestor was a core formation realm cultivator of the Gu Poison sect in the southern marsh state. Unfortunately, Huang Qian was disappointing. His spirit root was extremely poor. He actually had the spirit root of the 5 elements, which was a very mixed spirit root. In this way, even if his ancestor pulled him into the Gu Poison sect, he would be a servant disciple for the rest of his life. Later on, this old ancestor had no choice but to arrange for Huang Qian to be the Gu Poison sect's liaison to the outside world. He helped the sect contact the big shops to sell some low-level Gu Poisons and helped the Gu Poison sect find some good trading merchants. In this way, as long as Huang Qian was smart, he would be able to get enough benefits. With a large amount of resources to exchange for pills, even if Huang Qian's aptitude was poor, his cultivation would be able to improve steadily. In fact, Huang Qian was smarter than this ancestor thought. Not only did he take advantage of the information gap between the merchants and the Gu Poison sect to gain benefits, he also helped some Gu Poison sect disciples to gather information. At the same time, he also sold some insignificant information about the Gu Poison sect. The Gu Poison sect was very mysterious in the southern marsh state. Ordinary cultivators didn't even know its location. Now that Huang Qian was over 50 years old, he had already cultivated to the Great Circle Qi refinement realm and could break through to the Foundation establishment realm at any time. Uncle Master Tong is really generous this time. He directly rewarded me with a Foundation establishment pill. In this way, I, Huang Qian, have 7 Foundation establishment pills. After I save up 8, I could try to build my foundation. Even if my aptitude is poor, I don't believe I can't break through with so many Foundation establishment pills. Chapter 471. Suddenly, the words Gu Poison sect entered Huang Qian's ears. His expression changed, and he looked under the tree. He saw 2 young men talking to a shopkeeper. He could tell that these 2 young men were in the middle stage of the Qi refining stage. However, they looked a little older and must have ordinary talents. We sincerely want to join the Gu Poison sect. Uncle, if you know where their sect is, please tell us. You bought some talismans from me. If I knew, why wouldn't I tell you? The Gu Poison sect is really secretive. My small shop doesn't know where it is. These 2 young men were none other than Huang Xiaoyun and Pan Yin, who had just arrived at the Spirit Swamp Square. Relying on the fact that their bodies were well concealed, they used the excuse of joining a sect as an excuse to inquire about the location of the Gu Poison sect. Hearing the shopkeeper's words, they couldn't help but feel disappointed. This was the last shop they asked in the market. With their current Qi refining stage cultivation, they could only ask about some small shops. Since there were no results, Huang Xiaoyan was wondering if he should use another method to inquire. Ignoring Huang Xiaoyan's thoughts, Huang Qian, who was still in the tree, revealed a smile when he heard Huang Xiaoyan's words. Jumping down from the tree, he landed beside Huang Xiaoyan. You 2 want to join the Gu Poison sect? Huang Xiaoyan looked at this uninvited peak stage Qi refining cultivator, and his heart skipped a beat. Revealing a regretful expression, he said, "That's right, us 2 brothers have been admiring the Gu Poison sect for a long time. Unfortunately, we don't even know the location of the Gu Poison sect, let alone become their disciple." Huang Qian sneaked a glance at their waists while they were talking. He found that their storage bags were full. They seemed to be quite rich. Also, from the shopkeeper's tone, these two bought a lot of talismans. So he probed, I see that your basic cultivation methods are quite solid. You don't seem to be rogue cultivators. You should have a master, right? Huang Xiaoyan could tell what was going through this guy's mind just by looking at his expression and words. Sighing, he continued, AI, we're the last of the Pan family's disciples with spiritual roots. It's all thanks to the resources left behind by the family that we were able to cultivate to this point. It's impossible to reach the foundation establishment stage alone. Huang Qian thought to himself that this was indeed the case. He said mysteriously, Little brother, I know where the goo poison sect is. Huang Xiaoyan's face was full of disbelief, but we've asked around and none of the shopkeepers on this street knew anything. At this time, the shopkeeper who had just spoken said, Kid, you're in luck. Do you know that this brother is the deacon of the goo poison sect? Huang Xiaoyun and Pan Yin immediately showed surprise, but the former was faking it, while the latter was sincere. Huang Xiaoyun immediately bowed and said, So it's Deacon Darren, please enlighten me. Huang Qian coughed lightly and said, Come with me. Having said that, the peak chi refining cultivator walked forward, Huang Xiaoyun and the others following closely behind. After seeing them walk away, the shopkeeper chuckled and said, This time, Huang Qian can make a fortune again. I just helped him, and with his character, he should give me some. Putting aside the shopkeeper's secret joy, Huang Qian took Huang Xiaoyun and the others to a rather remote place in the market. He glanced around and said, You should know that the location of the goo poison sect is a secret in the sect. Even if I reveal it, it will be somewhat troublesome. Huang Xiaoyan immediately said, Deacon Darren, as long as you tell us the location of the goo poison sect, we won't make things difficult for you. As he spoke, a mid-grade spirit stone appeared in his hand, and he threw it forward. Huang Qian calmly put the spirit stone into his pocket and said in a low voice, If it weren't for the fact that I find you too pleasing to the eye, I wouldn't help you. But a mere mid-grade spirit stone is completely not enough. It needs 300 spirit stones. Huang Xiaoyan looked at Pan Shu on the side and pretended to be very pained. Okay. Then, he reached into his storage bag and took out another mid-grade spirit stone and 100 low-grade spirit stones. Huang Qian's eyes lit up. He thought to himself that these two silly boys were indeed rich. He had some thoughts in his mind and said, But even if you too know the location of the goo poison sect, you can't become its disciples. Doesn't the goo poison sect recruit disciples from the outside? Huang Qian shook his head and explained, In fact, the goo poison sect recruits new disciples through the blood relationship of the disciples in the sect. Otherwise, ordinary cultivators can't enter the goo poison sect even if they find it. Hearing this explanation, Huang Xiaoyun's face turned pale. He muttered, Our aptitudes are really ordinary. Is there really no way to enter the goo poison sect? Huang Qian thought to himself, They took the bait. He frowned and said, There's a chance now. I don't know if you can wait for a year. Huang Xiaoyan felt a little strange, but he still said, Even if it's 2 or 3 years, as long as there's a chance to enter the goo poison sect, we can wait. Huang Qian nodded and said, Okay. A year later, several martial uncles will come out to carry out missions. One of them is someone I know, so I can introduce you. As long as he likes you, you can enter the sect and become disciples of the goo poison sect. But the price is a bit high. Huang Xiaoyan gritted his teeth and said, Sir Deacon, just tell me how many spirit stones you want. 500 spirit stones per person. This money is mainly to show respect to my martial uncle. In fact, the more, the better. Whether you can succeed or not depends on you. Huang Xiaoyun looked hesitant. Pan Yin on the side opened his mouth slightly, as if he was shocked by the number of spirit stones. This made Huang Qian wonder if he was asking for too much. He didn't know that Pan Yan's mouth was slightly open, but he was actually cursing him in his heart. He actually dared to ask for 500 spirit stones in the face of a middle-stage chi refinement cultivator. After half a day, just when Huang Qian was about to take the initiative to lower the price a little, Huang Xiaoyan threw a pile of spirit stones on the ground. Roughly looking, there were more than 700 spirit stones. Huang Qian immediately closed his mouth. He said awkwardly, "It's still a little short. This makes it difficult for me to ask martial uncle." Huang Xiaoyan took out a flying knife magic weapon with overwhelming spirit qi. From the fluctuation on it, one could tell that this weapon was actually a psychic magic weapon. He said very painfully, "Now we have enough spirit stones, but I have a request." Huang Qian was immediately attracted by this low-grade magic weapon. As someone who mingled in the market, he naturally knew the value of a psychic magic weapon. A shabby early-stage foundation establishment cultivator only used a supreme-grade magic weapon. Hearing this, he hurriedly asked, "Little brother, what request do you have?" Huang Xiaoyan said, "I can give you the spirit stones, but this psychic magic weapon has to wait until I see that martial uncle. I will personally give it to him." Then he said firmly, "Otherwise, I would rather not enter the Gu Poison sect." Hearing this request, Huang Qian's heart relaxed. He readily agreed. "So it's like this. Of course, no problem. However, I won't let you two little brothers wait for a year in vain. I'll talk to the shopkeeper about the immortal cultivator's abode in this market square and let the two of you stay there for free for a year." Huang Xiaoyan was pleasantly surprised. "Really? How can it be fake? Come, I'll take you there." You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.